on fire. The squeeze against her wrists sent her willingly falling into the claim of the bindings. With every harsh breath that passed through her lips, she anticipated the hot pleasure awaiting her. Candles flickered around the black chaise in the membership-only sex club in the heart of Manhattan, Phoenix, once a gentleman's club, built in the 1920s. Phoenix's owner, Reese Harrington, turned the club into a cigar lounge with a sex club hidden below. Tunnels that were once used to bootleg whiskey were used to access the sensual oasis. Every door was manned by retired Navy SEALs and Special Ops soldiers. Money bought this level of secrecy for the members to indulge in their voyeuristic desires. Every member wore masks hiding their identities. No names were ever spoken inside the club, no identity ever shared. The club only had one rule: watch, but don't touch. The rule was only lifted a few times a month, when Reese allowed certain members to partake in shows, though members were also given access to private rooms where, after a show, they could indulge in their partner or where singles could hook up. Nearly every single member in this space belonged to New York City's high society, the rich, the famous. But one member certainly didn't belong, even if she'd become good at faking it. Lottie shivered against the feel of the members' simmering gazes as they roamed over her naked flesh. The power of those in the room. Each of those members paid a hefty price to request one sex show per month, a fantasy of their choosing. Tonight, Lottie was the show. The members' request had been simple: a demon captures an angel and burns her with pleasure. And boy, did she burn. She was meant to do the show with one of Phoenix's security, Hawk, but that's not who she saw now. Straddling a thick waist, she stared into the strong set of brown eyes beneath a silver demonic mask. Hunt. His tanned, muscular body flexing with his low groans made her tighten her core. Her long brown hair tickled against the rope, binding her wrists at her back. A gold angelic masquerade mask covered her face, giving her a way to hide, just how she liked it. Her anonymous existence was precisely planned. She must lie low, or risk facing the consequences of her past. She left her old identity behind her years ago, along with her entire family. She'd get shunned from the club for lying about who she really was, and once again she'd have to start over from scratch. But in this erotic atmosphere, sliding down on the thick cock deep inside her, swirling her hips back and forth, riding him hard, she was a ghost. No one knew the real her. No one ever would. Pleasure blinded her as a strong hand grasped her breast, the other moving to her hip, helping her gain speed. Her eyes fluttered shut, head tipped back as she moaned, relishing the loud groans that followed. Hot desire slithered through her at the pinching grip on her breast, squeezing tighter as Hunt released a demonic growl from low in his chest. The eerie, rhythmic beats of the sensual music playing through the speakers set the tempo of her thrusts. She began rocking back and forth, harder and faster, as the music shifted to a loud humming, as if they were summoning something straight from hell with this union. She fell into the fantasy, moaning with every slam down on his massive cock, hardening even more when she rose, grinding her inner walls tight against him. He leaned up and a nip of teeth burned her other nipple. She squeezed her fists tight behind her, an uncontrollable quiver overtaking her body. She slowed a moment, feeling him, experiencing every glide of his thick length, and heard his low groan of approval when her inner walls contracted against him. Another bite of her nipple and she screamed, quaking against him, a shivering mess of need. He thrust up hard from below and she saw stars, riding him hard, ruthless through her orgasm. Needing to see his passionate eyes, hot, all for her, she dropped her chin. A rough hand scraped against her face as Hunt grinned wickedly. You see, my angel, being bad is so much fun. She flashed him an innocent smile, catching her breath. Words spoken by a demon. His grin turned devilish. A demon you love fucking you. As if to prove his point, he lifted her by the hip, and she soaked his shaft from her climax. Unashamed, she moaned as his fingers tangled into her hair. His growl tickled across her flesh as he began moving her this time. Not how she wanted, how he wanted it. Skin slapped against skin as she bounced atop him, the pleasure causing tears of intensity to leak from her eyes as he angled her back, and somehow he was even deeper. So deep, so hard, so good. His mouth found hers, and she met him kiss for kiss, the world narrowing onto the pleasure skyrocketing deep in her core. Every rough kiss, every dig of fingertips into her hips only made her fall harder, until her moans became an endless string of satisfaction, and his guttural roars sent her back over that edge for a second time. Pleasure fell like a warm blanket of ecstasy she never wanted to get out from under. Until she heard the clapping. When the high began fading, the light brown eyes, resembling the color of whiskey, shifted to an icy blue as the crowd continued clapping in appreciation. The messy golden brown hair shifted to light blonde when the members began filing out of the room. She felt the tug of the rope on her wrists slowly releasing her. As the rope fell, so did her heart, at the reminder that Hunt had not been part of the show tonight. Jesus, Lottie, you're fucking incredible, Hawk said, squeezing her sides as he lifted her off him. I'm only one half of the show, Lottie reminded him, rising on shaky legs, pressing one hand on his strong, muscular thigh, and the other on his metal prosthetic leg he received after an injury in the military. A sly grin spread across Hawk's handsome face as he winked. Thanks, beautiful. He leaned over, grabbed her robe, and held it open for her. She managed to stand upright on her jelly legs and slid into her robe, tying it at the waist, feeling like she always did after a show, satisfied, with a hint of longing. No one knew her secret, knew she thought of Hunt whenever she was with anyone in Phoenix. Want me to walk you out? Hawk asked, fastening his robe. Thanks, but I'm all right, Lottie smiled. You sure? He asked. Of course, I'm great. You just rocked my fucking world, she said with a laugh. He chuckled deeply in agreement. She'd done quite a few shows with Hawk. The club had a few regular men who participated in the shows for the members. Most worked security for Phoenix, but Lottie had been the only woman who Reese had kept on full-time with the club. The members liked her shows. Hawk dropped a quick kiss on her cheek, and then blended in with the crowd leaving the circular room where most shows were held at Phoenix. Lottie nearly followed, until she caught the stare that she'd fantasized had been watching her the entire time. Hunt wasn't in the same spot when the show started, making her believe that he'd left for part of it. The sappy part of her heart wondered if it was for the same reason she had trouble watching him with others. She wanted only him. The stronger part of her heart told her to not even let herself think of Hunt. Fantasizing was enough, and she was already getting in way over her head. If anyone was off limits, it was that sexy beast of a man. He wore the badge. She'd avoided cops at all costs. She forced a neutral expression as she headed for the door, where he stood, leaning against the wall, arms folded, a black mask only amplifying the chiseled lines of his jawline, the sculpted perfection of his kissable lips. "About that date of ours?" Hunt asked, with a slight curve to his mouth. "There is no date," Lottie told him, for the millionth time, striding past him. To date Hunt would mean unraveling the truth of her family and of her past. He'd learn all her secrets. The new life, new identity she created would be at risk. The life she lived now, the one she was proud of, would no longer be possible. She had a dream, save enough from Phoenix shows to go to veterinary school, and then start an animal clinic. "That's still your answer, huh?" he called after her, a hint of playfulness in his voice. She froze, looked back over her shoulder, finding the sly smile still in place. She could have sworn he read straight through her, that he knew the only person she ever thought of when she set foot in Phoenix was him. That when she slid her hand between her thighs, whenever she became overwhelmed with desire alone, she imagined his hands caressing her, his voice whispering in her ear, his cock penetrating her. She opened the door before she forgot why she needed to leave him behind. "My answer will always be no." His low, throaty chuckle simmered across her skin. Heat melted into her core as the door began shutting behind her, and he called, "Keep telling yourself that, sweetheart." Chapter 2. When Hunt woke the next morning, Lottie was on his mind. Her floral scent was stuck in his nostrils, her luscious lips playing on his thoughts, tempting him. Her stunning amethyst-colored eyes that always seemed to look right through him. The curve of her spine that led to her dimples of Venus. He ached to lick them. That black rope from last night binding her arms behind her, caging her into her pleasure. Her flushed cheeks and throaty moan when she came atop another man. Hunt always wished it were him. Sitting in a booth in Carl's Diner, a well-known hotspot for cops and firefighters in Manhattan, a muscle twitch in his jaw. Christ, he was so tired of watching others fuck her and not feeling her for himself. He recalled the night he'd first seen her in Phoenix. She'd come with her boyfriend at the time, some finance guy on Wall Street, and she'd taken Hunt's breath away. She'd only watched the shows then, but eventually she'd participated. Very few women were kept on the Phoenix roster, but Phoenix members loved Lottie in a show and requested her regularly. She was passionate and wild and free. Frustrated, he took a long sip of his piping hot coffee, relishing in the bitter taste before lowering the mug next to his plate of the breakfast special, his go-to meal of bacon, eggs, and hash browns. Obviously reading his mood, Kieran, a firefighter with Firehouse Hook and Ladder Company 8, and Hunt's closest friend, polished off his eggs and then said, "I heard Lottie put on quite the show last night." They met a few times a week for breakfast before heading into work. "Doesn't she always?" Hunt grumbled, loathing the bitterness even he heard in his voice. Missing nothing, Kieran's sharp green eyes narrowed before he slowly shook his head, rustling his dirty blonde hair. "I'll never understand why you punish yourself by watching her." Even Hunt didn't understand why he couldn't stop himself from pursuing Lottie, but there was something there, something he hadn't felt with anyone before, something that had snagged him the moment he met her and hadn't let up. Something that he kept thinking if he finally got his hands on, neither of them would ever be the same again, that life would forever change for the better. The only problem? Lottie kept him at a careful distance, never letting him get too close, ignoring the sizzling heat burning between them. He knew she was intrigued by him. He could read the brimming curiosity on her face every time she looked at him. But a brick wall would be easier to penetrate than her heart. Kieran just didn't need to know that. "I'm a glutton for punishment," Hunt offered. "You are." Kieran took a bite of his toast and chewed. "If I were you, I'd move on. What about a double date with Hazel's coworker that she was telling you about?" Hunt's gaze fell to Kieran's wedding ring. Both Kieran and Hazel were on a mission to find him a wife. Hunt was happy for his friend. He had married the sweet Hazel, and they were expecting their first child any time now, and he envied Kieran. Hunt came from a family who seemed to have found the secret recipe to love. His parents had moved to Florida after retiring, and Hunt visited them when he could for long weekend trips. He'd always seen himself with a wife and a couple of kids. Nearing 30 years old now, that dream seemed a lifetime away. It didn't help that the only woman he wanted was one he couldn't have. "I appreciate both your and Hazel's efforts to set me up, but my sights are still on Lottie." Kieran's fork clanged against his plate as he set it down and reached for his mug. After a sip, he asked, "She's woven a spell over you. You know that, right?" Hunt questioned his sanity more than once when it came to Lottie. "There's something there. Something that's been there for a long time that I can't shake. Enough of something that you're passing up good women and the family we both know you want." Not sure how to get Kieran to understand, Hunt blew out a frustrated breath and carved a hand through his hair. In the heavy silence, Kieran hesitated, examining Hunt with an expression harder than Hunt had seen in some time. "When is enough, though, Hunt?" he eventually asked. "When she's mine?" Kieran snorted a laugh. "You're that sure it will happen one day?" Hunt cut through the slight tension with a smile. "Have you ever known me to fail whenever I truly want something?" "No." "It'll happen," Hunt reassured him. "She just needs more time." More than that, Hunt needed to get past this wall she had. He'd never believed in love at first sight until he met Lottie. Now that he'd gotten to know her over the past couple of years, his heart couldn't see anyone else. It didn't make sense. He often wondered if it was the challenge she presented that tempted him so, until he looked into her eyes. It was just her. He wanted those heated eyes on him and him alone. Hunt dipped his toast into his sunny-side-up eggs, and as he chewed, he said, "Besides, there's one very important reason that I'm not walking away." Kieran's brows lifted. "Oh yeah? What's that?" "She hasn't told me to. She said everything but that. No to lunch, no to dinner, no to breakfast, no to a date. But once I asked her if she wanted me to walk away for good, and she couldn't answer me. In fact, she didn't say a word, but just turned and walked away. There's a reason she's keeping me at a distance. Until I have that reason, I will wait." "Because she's worth waiting for?" Hunt gave a firm nod. "Damn right she is." Kieran studied Hunt for a moment longer, before giving a nod of understanding, and blessedly shifted the subject. "You must be sick to death of weddings." The past weekend, Hunt had watched the head of Phoenix's security, Archer, marry his match, Elise, in a small, intimate wedding. "I'm not," Hunt corrected. "For every wedding, there's a bachelor party, and those I like." Kieran tossed his head back and laughed. "You're not wrong there." Every long weekend bachelor party had been better than the last. Reese's was in Vegas, Archer's was in Thailand, Kieran's was in Costa Rica. Hunt's bank account had never been emptier, but his soul had never felt fuller, minus the part that was missing Lottie. Before he took another sip of his coffee, he asked, "Anything further come from the photograph?" Kieran had his own troubles lately. He'd become tangled in a web of deceit by a wife looking to blackmail her husband. In the end, Kieran's photograph inside of Phoenix, shirtless with only a mask on, had been sprawled across the media. Kieran shook his head slowly. "Not a peep. It seems Ronan looks enough like me that we pulled off the impossible." Ronan, a retired Navy SEAL and security for Phoenix, had a similar build and features. The public simply believed what they'd been told, which had been that the photograph was of Ronan at a private sex party. The media stayed atop Ronan for a while, until nothing new developed, and they eventually moved on to the next hot scandal. "Has it stirred up any trouble for Ronan?" "Not that I've heard of," Kieran confirmed, after finishing his sip of coffee. He set the mug back on the saucer. "I'll be forever grateful to that guy. My identity stayed secret, and none of this shit touched Hazel." Hunt agreed with a nod. With that single action, Ronan had gained Reese's trust, along with Hunt's, Kieran's, and Archer's. He'd also been promoted within the Phoenix security ranks. The almost mention of a club in the media was too close for my liking. No shit, Kieran agreed. Hunt and Kieran had both ventured into sex parties in college. When Phoenix opened, the club gave Hunt the confidentiality he needed. The masks kept his identity a secret. The club, until recently, had been an unbreakable fortress, as the clients had a lot to lose if their sexual preferences were exposed. For Hunt, with a recent promotion to commanding officer in the homicide division, and with his dreams set on being police chief, he could make no mistakes in his career, no missteps. One sex scandal, and his dreams would burn. Hunt dipped his toast into the egg again when his cell phone beeped. One look at his screen had him finishing his bite and rising. Double homicide on corner of 8th and West 42nd. He fired off a text. On my way. Breakfast over? Kieran asked over the rim of his mug. Duty calls. We'll see you tonight. In Phoenix. Hunt grinned, rapping his knuckles against the table before dropping a $20 bill. You know I wouldn't miss it. Now you be a good little bean and make friends, Lottie said to Cooper, the French bulldog she was walking this afternoon. She unhooked the leash from his collar and let him run in the pricey, membership-only dog park in Soho. A dark gray blur of excited puppy beelined it to the small group of dogs on the far side, already playing. Lottie gave the group of owners a wave before she joined Nessa on the bench under the trees. Nessa was more than a best friend. She was Lottie's chosen family, her only family nowadays. Meeting Nessa had been a fluke. Lottie had dated Andy, a stockbroker, for a few months a handful of years ago. Nessa had an on-again, off-again relationship with Andy's good friend and coworker. The only thing good that came out of either of those relationships was meeting each other. And without Andy, Lottie would have never been taken to Phoenix. Her tiny world exploded into a sensual wonder when she walked through those doors. He's such a squish guy, Nessa crowed. Her green eyes flecked with brown lit up, as sunny as ever. Light practically radiated off her. Her honey blonde hair only helped with that, too. He's a good pup, Lottie agreed, crossing her denim-covered leg over the other. Early autumn had descended on New York City, bringing the falling of leaves. The sun began to set sooner, and the evening brought the chill of the coming winter. You really have such a great gig, Nessa said. Man, what I wouldn't do to give up nursing to walk dogs every day. Lottie had been walking dogs for a year now. She had 2 dogs in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, but Cooper was her last call of the night. Nessa often came on Cooper's walk. You're too good of a nurse to give up, Lottie reminded her. Nessa was an emergency room nurse and worked harder than anyone Lottie had ever met. Nessa smiled. I'm sure there are some patients who disagree with you. They probably deserve a punch, Lottie said. Nessa barked a laugh. Maybe. Lottie grabbed at the edges of her leather jacket, pulling it in tighter against the chill of the breeze. Speaking of work, how are things going? Everything's okay, Nessa said with a slight shrug. Dr. Dickhead is being his usual dickhead self. I really don't understand why you don't quit and go work at another hospital, Lottie said. For months, Dr. Dickhead had been undermining Nessa's every move. Because I don't have the money to quit. Lottie scoped out the area, ensuring no one heard their conversation. There is an easy way to fix that. One night at Phoenix, Nessa. One night of the hottest sex of your life, and your entire world would change. Pink filled Nessa's cheeks. God, no. I'm not like you, Lottie, all bold and sexy. I can't even have a one-night stand, let alone have sex with random people watching. Then make the Phoenix your first one-night stand, and believe me, your life will be changed forever. Phoenix had a way of changing anyone who walked through its door. For its members, it enriched their lives with passion. For the participants in the shows, after a thorough vetting and monthly sexually transmitted infections test, not only did they partake in a fantasy like no other, but they also received a gift for the show. Those financial gifts were what paid for Lottie's chic two-bedroom condo in Soho, and how she continued to save money to eventually go to vet school and open her own clinic. "I could never," Nessa gasped, a hand flying to her bright red cheek. "Don't say never," Lottie countered. "I never thought I could do it either, until I realized how good it actually is." And the money had given her a big step up in life. She'd been a waitress when she began dating Andy. That had been her ticket into Phoenix. Turned out she couldn't stand him or his blinding arrogance, but she'd caught the eye of another member that night. Reese had called a week after her appearance there and offered her a gift for taking part in a show. After that, members kept asking for more of her, and the rest was history. Only no one knew the reason her shows were so hot was because she imagined she was with Hunt. "Okay, fine," Nessa finally said. "I'll keep it in the back of mind, but it will most likely never happen." Lottie laughed. "Deal." Cooper came running over, tongue wagging. He nearly collided with Lottie's legs, then took off chasing a golden retriever back toward the other owners. "How's the hunky detective?" Nessa asked. "Still asking me to go out on a date?" "Why don't you just go out with him?" "You know why," Lottie said. The same thing she said every time this came up. Nessa was the only one who knew that Lottie had left an entire life behind before moving to New York City 7 years ago. That her past was full of criminals, and she had no business dating a cop. And Nessa only knew that because she'd been the greatest person Lottie had ever met. Nessa was trustworthy, kind, all the things that reminded Lottie of her mother. "I still think it's silly," Nessa chirped. "Just because your family members aren't good people and run drugs for the mob doesn't mean that you're not a good person. You like him. He likes you. Nothing should stand in the way of that." Problem was, she didn't like him. Lottie was damn sure she loved him. Hunt had gotten inside her head. But she cared enough about him to not let her past touch him. Their worlds were so far apart, and no matter how much he thought he wanted her, they could never work. Like I've said before, I can't risk him learning about me. How can I date someone that I'm lying to? She could never tell Hunt that she had stolen $20,000 of dirty money to pay for an illegal new identity so her family could never find her again. I either can't be truthful to him, which wouldn't exactly make for a healthy relationship, or I can be truthful, but he would be obligated to follow the law and to tell Reese, and I'd be done at the club. I need the money I get there to save for school and the clinic. I just can't do it without it. It's a no-win situation. Maybe Hunt wouldn't tell him. Lottie snorted. He's a cop, remember? Honorable and shit. And Reese is his close friend. Of course he'd tell him. I tell you everything. Nessa shrugged. Okay, you have me there. Lottie had considered this from every angle. I can't risk saying anything. I need the money to secure my future, and I can't put his career in jeopardy because he's in a serious relationship with someone who stole drug money and bought herself a new identity. She had nothing after she left her family. No savings, she hadn't gone to college, she couldn't risk the exposure. She needed to stay hidden, take jobs off the radar, until she saved enough that she'd be okay for the rest of her life. So, just friends then? Lottie nodded. Just friends. Wanting to get the subject off her, she asked, What about you? Anything happening with that doctor? a recently divorced 30-something who had turned into a massive flirt after his divorce. Nessa shrugged one shoulder. Something could happen if I let it. Why don't you? Because I'm so tired of men not wanting to settle down, Nessa said, and released a long sigh. You know a guy who is recently divorced isn't looking for love. Poor Nessa was a hopeless romantic. New York City's 30-something crowd didn't have many single men looking for love. You'll find that guy, your one and only. Lottie took Nessa's hand, squeezing tight. If anyone deserves love, it's you. Lottie had never met anyone who loved as hard as Nessa, without ever asking for anything in return. Nessa laughed softly. Yeah, well, until then I'll continue to swipe right and endure first dates from hell. Lottie laughed with her. It is terrible, isn't it? Lottie hadn't been on a date since the night she walked into Phoenix without Andy, and Hunt had caught her eye. The progression with Hunt had been slow. First, lingering looks based on the hottest chemistry she'd ever felt. Then she'd become friends with him and his friends outside of Phoenix. The attraction only grew from there. Hunt burned with heat and was the best man she'd ever known. Her heart wanted him. And that was a problem. Yeah, Nessa finally agreed. It sucks. Cooper slowly began walking over, panting. He stopped by the water station and had a drink before approaching, looking perfectly wiped out and happy. Looks like it's time to go home. Lottie loved walking dogs, but she paid a hefty price for the private dog park. She liked keeping them safe, but also letting them run free and wild. On her way to grab him, she gave the other owners a quick wave goodbye before she reclipped his leash. Nessa led the way out of the park and closed the gate behind Lottie and Cooper. Dinner and drinks this weekend? Dirty Martinis on Saturday night? The best cocktail bar in Manhattan. Heck yes. Nessa gave Cooper a kiss on the head. Bye, you, she told the dog. Then added to Lottie, You too. See ya, Lottie said. Thanks for coming to hang. You know I wouldn't miss it. Nessa blew a kiss and then headed in the opposite direction down the busy street. Lottie stared after her, glad to have such a good friend in her corner. Even when Lottie lived in Chicago, she never had a friend like Nessa, a person who got her like no one else, a person who never judged her, only understood. A person who only saw the best in Lottie. Nessa was simply one of a kind. Lottie smiled down at Cooper, who still panted deeply. All right, buddy, let's get you home. Cooper wagged his tail. The 20-minute walk back to Cooper's home was slower than the walk there. He stopped to sniff every pole and every fire hydrant they passed. And after Lottie handed a happily worn-out pup back to his owner, she walked another 10 minutes back to her condo. She quickly made it through security and headed up the elevator, entering her industrial-style loft a few minutes later. Exposed brick walls led to concrete columns, high ceilings, and floor-to-ceiling windows. She shut the door behind her, but when she faced her condo again, she realized two important things. 1, her alarm didn't chirp at her. 2, her condo had been ransacked. Chapter 3. Lottie's text pinged on Hunt's phone. He'd just gotten home from a run with Kieran. He was unsurprised she had his number in her contacts. He'd given it to her on several occasions. What surprised him was her message. It's Lottie. Can you come to my place? I need you. His hair was still damp from his shower as he scooped up his keys off the table and shut the front door of his studio apartment in the West Village. Jogging back down the hallway, he took the stairs instead of the elevator and made it back onto the street within minutes. The subway was only a block away, but the 10-minute subway ride took the longest. He'd texted her back the moment he got outside on the busy street, reeking of car exhaust. She hadn't responded. 1,000 reasons filled his mind as to why she'd text him, none of them good. Her condo in Soho was only a short jog down the heavily trafficked street. He eventually gave up weaving through the pedestrians, jogging behind a biker on the road until he made it to her building. He'd only known where she lived because she had parties sometimes and invited the inner circle at Phoenix, who were all her close friends. Out of breath, he slowed when he reached the double doors of her condo, immediately greeted by security. "Detective Hunt Walker, to see Lottie Harlow," he said to the attendant. The security guard typed Hunt's name into a system. "Hello, Detective Walker," the man said. "You've been cleared to go up." "Thank you." He hurriedly made it to the elevator. As he traveled up to the 15th floor, he fired off a text to Kieran. "Won't be at the club tonight. Something has come up." Kieran's reply was instant. "Everything all right?" "Not quite sure yet. I'll let you know." He didn't wait for Kieran's reply, shoving his phone back into his pocket as the elevator doors chimed open. Down the hallway, he spotted a uniformed cop at Lottie's door. His stomach churned, and he walked instead of ran, like he wanted, not wanting to put the cop on alert. "Detective Hunt Walker, 9th Precinct," he told the cop, offering his hand. The young cop shook his hand as Hunt continued. "I'm a friend of Miss Harlow." "Yes, Detective Walker, you've been cleared," the cop said, gesturing him inside through the open door. "She's waiting for you." Hunt nodded his thanks and stepped into Lottie's condo, seeing a flurry of activity. His heart thundered in his ears, sweat sliding down his spine from more than only the exertion of the run. His focus went straight to Lottie, sitting on the couch, her knees against her chest as she hugged them. A quick look around her condo revealed someone had broken into her home. Forensics was already dusting for prints on the front door and windows. Hunt noted the detective from the 1st Precinct sitting across from Lottie on the couch, and the other 2 cops, rookies by the looks of their youth, making notes on their notepads for the obvious paperwork at the end of their shift. "Walker," Detective Joey Garcia from the Central Robbery Division said, "this isn't your jurisdiction?" Hunt didn't know Garcia personally, but they had an interwoven case once that dragged on for a couple of months. "Lottie called me," he told Garcia, moving hastily to stand at Lottie's side. "I'm a friend." Garcia's gaze swung to Lottie. "Ah, you never said." "I didn't think I had to," she replied. Hunt's instincts flared. Distrust registered in her eyes. Suddenly, her calling him to her condo made sense. She obviously didn't trust the police. And why exactly was that? Though her lack of trust could explain why she lived in a building with such high security. Before Garcia asked, Hunt thought it was wise to say, "I'm here for support, not to get involved in the investigation." "Very well," Garcia said. Turning his focus to the person who mattered in this room, Hunt looked at Lottie. "Are you all right?" A heaviness filled her pretty eyes. "Yeah, I'm okay. Whoever did this wasn't here when I came home." "Good," Hunt said, squeezing her shoulder. Garcia's gaze flicked from Hunt to Lottie and narrowed in concentration. "You didn't hear anything when you first arrived home?" "Nothing at all," she said, resting her chin on her knee. "I opened the door, found it like it is now, and called the police." Hunt followed Lottie's finger as she tucked her hair behind her ear. He noted the tremble, her ashen skin. He'd seen Lottie be many things, but shaken was never one of them. He might have chalked it up to fear from her condo being broken into, if he didn't know her personality. Lottie didn't balk at fear. She faced it, head on. "Is there any reason why someone would break into your condo?" "Not that I can think of," she said, looking down to the right, her lips pursing. Lie. She never looked away, not from anyone. Garcia made a few notes. When he lifted his head, his eyes had softened. "I know this can be very rattling. Over the next couple days, go through your condo, see if anything is missing. Anything of value that can be sold at a pawn shop that we can trace. Let us know." "Okay," Lottie said, meeting his stare again. Garcia continued, "We've had a couple break-ins similar to yours in the area. I suspect that's all that's going on here." Wanting to ensure Lottie was safe, Hunt asked, "Whoever did this got through the building's security?" Garcia met Hunt's gaze with a frown and nodded. "Appears so. Picked the lock and disabled the alarm system, too. We're combing through security videos now to see what we can find." He scanned her condo before his stern brown eyes met Lottie's face again. "You said you are a dog walker?" "I am," she replied. Garcia's brows rose. "You live in a very nice condo for a dog walker, Miss Harlow." Proving to Hunt that Lottie didn't back down, she lifted her chin at the detective. "What does that have to do with someone breaking into my place?" "It's an avenue for us to look into," Garcia told her, after making a quick note. "Perhaps one of your clients was being watched, and that's how you became a target." He paused to make another note, and then glanced back with deeper suspicion before he let it go and shrugged. "It's just a thought, something to consider." "I guess it's possible I could have been watched," she agreed with a shrug of her own. "Nearly all of my clients are very wealthy." Garcia nodded in agreement. "Apparently, if you can afford this place and a dog walker's salary." Lottie sat very still. Too still. Lottie only afforded this place from the gifted money from Reese for the shows she participated in at Phoenix. But that was none of Garcia's business, so Hunt asked, "Could Lottie give you her clients' names to see if there's a connection to any of the recent break-ins?" "Yes, of course." Garcia folded up his notebook. "Make a list and send them my way." He rose. "Again, Miss Harlow, please look around your home, see what's missing. You'll have to make a list for your insurance." "Will do, thank you." "I'll be in touch soon." Garcia gave her a final nod, and then gave Hunt a gesture to approach him. Keeping his voice quiet, he said, "I've told her she should stay elsewhere for the next few nights, but she's adamant about staying here." Another checkmark on his list of things that weren't adding up. If she were so unsettled about the break-in, of course she'd stay the night at a friend's place. "It's all right," Hunt told Garcia. "I'll make sure she gets somewhere safe." "Good," Garcia said, offering his hand. "I take it you'll want any updates?" Hunt returned the firm handshake. "If you don't mind, I'd appreciate that." "Not a problem. I'll be in touch soon." "Thank you." As Garcia headed for the open door, Hunt turned back to Lottie with a sigh. She watched him closely, carefully. He gestured to the front door. "Come on, let's go for a walk and let forensics finish up here." Lottie released her legs that she'd been clutching. "Okay, yeah." She rose, scanning the messy state of her condo, with exhaustion seeping across her face. "Don't worry about it," he said gently. "It won't take us long to get this in order when we come back." "You're right," she said. She took a step toward him, then another and another, until she was close enough that he could draw her close and make them both feel better. "Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it." "You never need to thank me," he said, fighting against the urge to slide his hand across her cheek. "You need me, I'm here. Always." Her sweet smile hit him right in the chest, in the best way possible. He turned away from her and said to the cop at the door, "We'll be back in half an hour." "Yes, sir," the cop said. Lottie slipped into some sneakers and followed him out the door. Halfway down the hallway, she laughed softly. "You must love all the yes sirs you get all day long." He chuckled, pressing the button on the elevator. "Nah, Lottie, I'd only like those words if they came from your mouth." Her sensual laughter brushed against his senses, and as the elevator doors opened, his cock stiffened. It took all his strength to push the lobby button, instead of pushing stop and bringing her in close, removing that tension simmering between them. When the elevator doors chimed open and she exited, his gaze fell to her ass filling out her jeans to perfection. With her scent lodged into his nostrils, he drew in a deep breath. "I should have pressed stop." Lottie fucked up, massively. Beneath the starry night, on the walk through Soho toward Greenwich Village with Hunt at her side, she tried to figure out why she'd texted Hunt, of all people, to help her. Surely he was the last person she'd want helping her. Hell, she'd done her best to keep him at a safe distance since day one. But as they passed beneath the marble Washington Square arch, heading toward the famous circular fountain, she still couldn't find an answer as to why she'd texted him. All she knew was the moment she saw the state of her condo, she'd been scared. And what followed was, "Hunt, I need you." Fuck. "You go here a lot?" Hunt asked, drawing her out of her thoughts. She found his steady gaze on hers, his hands stuffed into his pockets. She nodded. "I've got a few dogs in this area, and we always come through here, especially in the summer. I love when the cherry blossoms bloom." "It is quite a beautiful place," he said. "I definitely don't come here enough." They strode past the fountain, heading along the paved road, and she always liked how easy things felt with Hunt. Nothing ever felt forced. "Thank you so much for coming over tonight. I really appreciate it." "No problem," he said. The silence that followed was filled with questions. She wasn't surprised when he voiced them. "Have you had bad experiences with cops in the past?" he asked. She laughed to mask the spike to her adrenaline. "Why would you ask that?" "You were uncomfortable around the detective," he stated. Not "you seemed," but "you were." It was scary how easily he could read her. They strode past a couple sitting on a bench with their little dog in the middle of them. Lottie stared into the soft, dark eyes of the pooch as she said, "I've never been a big fan of authority." His throaty chuckle cut through the tension. "That I believe." She caught the warmth in his eyes, laughing with him, as they continued in silence through the park, walking along the big loop. When they reached the fountain again, Hunt wrapped a strong hand around her arm, stopping her. "Wait up a minute." She turned to face him. The slight narrowing of his eyes elevated her heart rate. "Tell me who you think broke into your condo," he said firmly. She shook her head, forcing her shoulders back. "I don't know." She knew better than to totally write off her family, but she couldn't think up a good enough reason why they'd break into her condo after all this time. Plus, she had paid a lot of money to ensure she was never found. For the first couple of years she'd been in New York City, she'd always looked over her shoulder, worried they'd catch up with her, demanding the money she'd stolen. But no one ever came. After the third year, she stopped looking, feeling safe in her new identity. Hunt dipped his chin, bringing his eye level down to hers. "No idea at all who it could be?" "Nope," she said, striding off before he could look too deep and find answers that she couldn't give him. She felt his gaze following her, reading right through all the things she wasn't telling him. When he finally caught up with her on the way back to her condo, he blessedly shifted subjects. "Come stay with me until we catch the person responsible," he offered. Cars honked at each other as she shook her head, adamantly. "Like hell they're making me afraid of my own home." "Then I'll take your couch. It's not safe, Lottie." When they stopped at the corner of the street and waited for the light to change, he arched an eyebrow. "I have a gun. You do not." "Good point," she said. This spelled all kinds of dangerous, but Hunt would not relent, and she refused to leave her condo. "Okay, you're right, it's safer," she conceded, knowing her limitations in protecting herself if someone broke in again. "I appreciate the offer." "Think nothing of it," he said, and began crossing the street. "We can grab my overnight bag before we go back to your place." All of this seemed unnecessary, but she realized as she inhaled the greasy aroma coming from the hot dog stand that for the first time since she opened her condo's door earlier, she could breathe a little easier. When they arrived at the condo a half an hour later, the forensic unit was packing up. She sighed as she took in the state of the place. What a mess. Figuring she had to start somewhere, she moved to the living room, picked up the cushions off the floor and placed them back on the couch. After a short conversation, Hunt shut the front door behind the last cop and locked it. He moved to the liquor cabinet in the corner of her living room and poured them both a double shot of whiskey. He handed her the glass and watched her with a stern look, his well-crafted cop look. "Time's up, Lottie." "I'm not sure what you mean." She sipped her whiskey, a big, long sip. His mouth twitched, but that was the only break in his intensity. "I rather enjoy when you make me work to know you, but I'm afraid, like I already said, time is up. Tell me what you're hiding." She swallowed. Part of her wanted to tell him everything, explain her entire past. But if Hunt knew about her past life as Marissa Ricci, and that she'd had her true identity buried, he'd have to tell Reese. Then Archer would learn that she'd lied to them. She'd never be allowed back in Phoenix. She loved her new life, and that included her sensual life in Phoenix, and her friends who also belonged. The air seemed too thin as Hunt took another step closer, erasing the distance between them. "I know there's a reason you have refused, from day one, to not act on what's between us, and I know that reason is tied to your break-in today." She looked to her glass, avoiding his penetrating stare. "I don't know what you're talking about." His fingers dragged against her jawline before he cupped her chin, forcing her to meet the strength in his gaze. "Let me help you." She needed to shut this down, now. Hunt was too smart, too insightful, too damn trained. Her heart began to hammer, making the room feel smaller and smaller. He'd peel all her layers back and expose all her secrets. She couldn't allow that. "Lottie," he said, a pillar of strength. Suddenly it occurred to her she knew exactly how to distract him. Ignoring the consequences, she placed her glass on the table and grabbed his shirt, pulling him closer. Before she could second-guess herself, she sealed her lips on his. He stiffened, seemingly momentarily surprised, until he softened, wrapping his arms around her, bringing her tight against him with a low groan. Her lips opened and his followed, but he never quite gave her the kiss she suddenly, desperately needed. When he broke away a few minutes later, he chuckled against her lips. "Shutting me up, huh? All right, Lottie, I'll go along with that." His hands fell to her hips, and he gave her a push until her back hit the wall. She gasped. Need stormed through her as his eyes darkened with arousal. "For now." Frenzied thoughts filled her mind as his mouth met hers again, but when he took over the kiss, her thoughts simply faded into nothingness. She parted her mouth, and his tongue invaded, sliding against hers. His kiss was skilled, determined, and left her dripping. She slid her hands over his strong, flexing arms, shoulders, up his thick neck to the back of his head, running her fingers across the shaved hair. He groaned, breaking the kiss so his lips could travel along her neck. His hand threaded in her hair, and she rolled her hips, heat pooling low in her body. His tongue flicked her earlobe, and she moaned, a tease of how that tongue would feel elsewhere. "Can I touch you?" His breath tickled across her ear. The game was dangerous, and yet, she couldn't stop from playing now that she felt him, tasted him. Yes. A primal sound rumbled from his chest as his hand traveled up from her hip to her breast. "Fuck, Lottie." His mouth met hers again as that hand sneaked up her shirt and pulled her bra down, exposing one breast and then the other. He broke away to swirl his tongue around one bud before sucking it deep into his mouth. She moaned, loudly. His mouth was fire and sin. Pinned to the wall by his body and kiss, he unbuttoned her jeans and slipped his hand down the front. He grunted in approval at the wetness he no doubt felt. Dragging her arousal up through her sex, he circled her clit with his big, capable fingers, and she fell into the pleasure. "I want to taste you," he said against her mouth. "Can I?" "Yes," she breathed. He roughly yanked her jeans down to her ankles and nudged her legs open until she felt bound by her pants, trapped in his claim. When his tongue met her hot flesh, she hissed against the pleasure. He chuckled, gently caressing her lower lips as he ran his tongue over her arousal. She didn't even have it in her to feel ashamed for how drenched he made her. Between her legs, he glanced up, one eyebrow slowly arched. "Already so fucking wet for me, Lottie?" She couldn't form words. She slid her fingers through his hair, tightening them, pleading he stay right there. And he did. He turned his attention back onto her sex and stroked her, invading her, taking in all of her, like he couldn't help himself. With a growl, he tickled his tongue upward and licked her clit, each touch becoming hotter. Hunt. She forced herself to look down and found him staring up at her. Her breath caught in her throat, the pleasure unraveling her as he kept his focus on her clit. Hunt. She unabashedly ground her sex against his mouth, riding him, fulfilling a fantasy she'd had 1,000 times before now. His low chuckle hummed against her like he knew it, too. He added one finger and then another, until there was only darkness and pleasure. So much fucking glorious pleasure that she fell wildly apart. Then there was a gentle kiss on her thigh. Breathless, she slowly opened her eyes as he slid her panties back up and then helped her wiggle into her jeans. He refastened the button and then kissed her belly before he rose and righted her bra and her shirt. "You've never come quite like that before." He took her chin in his grip and sealed his mouth over hers, his desire seeping into every touch. She smelled herself on him, and it was the hottest fucking thing she'd ever experienced. A growl simmered across her lips as he broke away and said with a devilish smile, "I like that you only come that hard for me." He knew. He read right fucking through her. He knew how much she wanted him, craved him, yearned for him. To get things back in her corner, she reached for his pants when his hand came down on her wrist. "Not yet," he said roughly. "Why not? I finished. You should too." He brushed his lips across hers. "When I fuck you, there will be nothing between us." He backed away and stared deeply. "Since you're not ready to tell me the truth, we've got a condo to clean." Looking proud of himself, as he should, he headed for the hutch in the kitchen and began putting the drawers back. Lottie sighed, her head falling against the wall, her legs wobbly beneath her. Stay strong, stay unemotional. Do not fall for him. Chapter 4. Hunt woke to warm curves snuggled into him. Heat rushed to his cock as he drew in Lottie's scent. Needing more, he tucked his head into her neck and inhaled deeper this time, sliding his hand gently over the curve of her hip. Damn, this woman unraveled him. She had ensnared him. He wanted nothing more than to dive headfirst into this spectacular thing between them, but he knew this was false intimacy. She had ulterior motives for letting last night happen, especially after the fight she'd put up for so long, keeping things platonic between them. Inhaling again, he slid his hand down over her exposed belly, beneath her pajama top. "What are you hiding, sweetheart?" When they had arrived back at her condo after they grabbed his overnight bag, he'd helped her get her place back in order. It had been so late, and they were both tired. She'd insisted they both sleep in her bed for Hunt's comfort, and they'd crashed without so much as another kiss, though he'd kept her close. Christ, he didn't want to let her go again. A knock on her front door had him lifting his head from her sweet warmth. The knock came again, and when Lottie didn't rouse, breathing deeply with sleep, he slid out of the bed and got back into his jeans. He wanted to believe she slept so soundly because he'd been there to protect her. Swiftly, he made it into the living room and opened the door to a delivery man. Hunt hesitated before accepting the box being offered and said, "Who sent this?" The delivery man reached the package out farther. I'm not sure. No return address, but it was scanned per our protocol. All right, Hunt said, accepting the package. Thanks. Have a great day, the delivery man said, before retreating down the hallway. Hunt shut the door behind him, locking it again. He studied the box, mulling over the possibility it was tied to the break-in, but considering most people received packages regularly, Hunt let it go. He would check it out when Lottie opened it. He set the package down next to his cell phone on the coffee table where he'd left it last night. After scooping up his phone, he dialed the first precinct, moving through the phone channels until a gravelly voice said, "Garcia." "It's Walker," Hunt said, moving to the tall windows, staring down at the busy street, already bristling with life, no matter the early hour. "Hey, Walker, what's up?" Garcia asked. Carving a hand through his messy hair, Hunt asked, "Got any leads on the break-in yesterday?" "Nothing much," Garcia reported. "Prints are still being run. Video surveillance doesn't catch anyone suspicious entering the building or leaving." "Meaning the people coming into the building belonged there." A pause. "From what it seems, yeah. The camera in Miss Harlow's hallway malfunctioned. We couldn't get anything off that." "Of course it malfunctioned," Hunt grumbled. Rarely was a case ever easy. Garcia huffed his agreement. "All right," Hunt said, pushing on. "I know I've got no jurisdiction here, but can you keep me in the loop once those prints come in?" "You'll be the first one I call." "Thanks, Garcia. Appreciate it." Hunt ended the call, a pit forming in his stomach. Everything about Lottie's break-in rubbed him wrong. Lottie distracted him last night because he was obviously getting close to a secret. Unless it was a coincidence, someone had cut that surveillance camera to gain access to her condo. That spelled more trouble than a random break-in. Releasing a frustrated sigh, he dialed his station until he was transferred to his commanding officer. "Davidson," his boss said. "Good morning, sir," Hunt said. "It's Walker." "Calling in on your day off?" Davidson said, a smile in his voice. "In the mood to kiss my ass today, Walker?" "With the way you sweat? Hell no," Hunt joked. Davidson barked a laugh. While Davidson was higher rank with the force, they had worked together so long that they'd developed a personal relationship alongside their working one. Davidson loved a good game of tennis. Hunt loved kicking his ass. Davidson finally asked, "What do you need?" "Vacation time?" A pause. A long, heavy, analyzing pause that indicated how odd it was for Hunt to take time off. He only used vacation days for the bachelor parties of his friends, and he never called in for random days off, always giving months' notice. "Everything all right?" Davidson eventually asked. "Yeah, it will be," Hunt explained, watching a man bike down the road with his little dog strapped into a backpack on his back. "A friend of mine's condo was broken into yesterday. The first precinct is working the case, but something about this case. Something is telling me to stay close to her." "Then you listen to your instincts," Davidson agreed, without a moment's hesitation. A cop's instincts were his best asset to the job. "How long do you want off?" "A week, if that's all right," Hunt asked. "Call if you need anything from me." "Will do. Talk soon." Hunt ended the call right as Lottie said from behind him, "You shouldn't have done that." Turning away from the window, he found her somehow looking more beautiful than he'd ever seen her. In the morning, there was a softness he'd never seen about her. Makeup less, with her hair up in a bun with strands hanging all over. She stunned him. "You shouldn't look that good first thing in the morning," he countered. Heat rushed into her cheeks, but in classic Lottie style, she lifted her chin and pushed past whatever she felt. "You don't need to babysit me," she told him firmly. He closed the distance between them. "I hardly think I'm babysitting you." Even if last night was a way to distract him, he wouldn't let any distance come between them again. When he pressed his body against hers, he brushed the roughness of his knuckles across her smooth cheek. "Good morning, beautiful." "Good morning," she said, her smile warming her eyes. But as quick as it came, it was gone, and she promptly stepped back. Seriously, Hunt, you don't need to hover over me. The detective yesterday is on the case. Nothing else happened last night. I'm fine. Then why did you call me? She looked anywhere but at him, quickly moving to the coffee maker and making a pot. I was freaked out yesterday. Today, after a good night's sleep, I'm fine. Not believing that for one moment, he closed the distance between them again, running his hands down her arms. The scent of burnt nuts infused the air, the coffee dripping into the pot, as he pressed a light kiss to her shoulder. She shivered against him, and he smiled against her skin. I need to go out for a couple hours. Police work came with a lot of red tape. Hunt had never been happier that he had friends who could cut through that tape quickly. I'm going to call Ronan over to stay with you while I'm gone. She spun around, caught between him and the counter. What can Ronan do? Protect you, he said immediately. Ronan's a former Navy SEAL. I suspect he can do quite a lot to anyone unwelcome in your condo. Her brows drew together. Didn't I already say I don't need a babysitter? Lottie, Hunt said, frustration tinging his voice. Someone broke into your condo yesterday. It spooked you enough to call me, asking for help. Regardless of what your mouth is telling me, I can see in your eyes that you're still spooked. He took her face in his hands, feeling so damn good to finally have his hands on her. I'm your friend, first and foremost. Helping you is no different than helping any of the Phoenix family. We take care of each other. Until the person is found, I'm sticking close. He lowered his mouth to hers, smiling at how her breathing turned rough. Deal with it. She leaned a little toward his mouth, her lids fluttering, before she sucked in a deep breath and pressed against his arm. What happened last night can't ever happen again. He dropped his arm, letting her pass. Yeah, hate to break it to you, but I can't agree to that. She turned back to him with a cute glare on her face. I mean it, Hunt. Any other woman, he'd back away. But he knew this woman. He read her lies, her desire dripping from her. He took a big step forward, watching her step back until she hit the wall. He stuck his knee between her legs, and she gasped, pressing her sex against him. He thrust his hands into her hair. What was that you were saying? This can never work, she rasped. I've waited for you, Lottie. I can keep waiting. If you want to slow down, fine. If you want to get to know me better, fine. But this is the last time I will ask you. This is it. No more games. You push me away again after what you offered me last night. We're done, for good. A long, daunting silence paused. You what? Hunt asked roughly, unable to stand the silence any longer. What do you want, Lottie? Trapped in his hold, locked into his gaze, he saw the guards fall. You, she finally whispered. I shouldn't. I told myself I wouldn't let this happen, but I do, Hunt. I want you. Burning with intensity, he dropped his mouth to hers, saying all the things he couldn't put into words. He could wait. He'd been patient so far. But this, whatever this was, it was the beginning of something they'd both waited a long time to enjoy. He was in for the long haul. Standing in her kitchen a few hours later, Lottie finished placing ham on the bun. Ronan had arrived before Hunt had left, and he'd made small talk with her on her morning dog walks. He seemed to enjoy the dogs as much as they enjoyed him, and she saw why everyone had enveloped Ronan into their inner circle. He was a good, stand-up guy. She asked him, Do you want mustard on your sandwich? Sure, thanks, he said, his voice taut. Glancing over her shoulder, she found him at her window, scanning the area, acting much like the soldier he was. Ronan looked so much like Kieran from the back. Same hair color, same muscular physique, same chiseled jawline. But as he turned his head to scan the other side of the road, and then the buildings, his piercing green eyes held a darkness that Kieran simply didn't have. That man had seen some things. Her skin crawled with worry, a sense of dread at the situation she found herself in, that she needed Ronan's protection. She dipped the knife into the mustard jar and then smoothed some on the bun. She had no idea what Hunt was doing, but she knew him. Without a doubt, he was finding a way to hunt down the person responsible for her break-in. Her hand shook as she placed the knife into the dishwasher. She gripped her wrist and took a breath, forcing herself to calm down. She needed to get a grip. As she closed the dishwasher, a knock sounded on her front door. Startled, she jolted up with a gasp. Ronan said, "I'll get it." She stayed put, gripping the edge of the counter, when Ronan opened the door. A familiar, sharp voice said, "Move out of the way, right now!" Ronan's brows shot up. He took a step back, his hands up in front of him in surrender. "Calm down." "I have mace and I'll use it," Nessa growled. Lottie laughed, quickly moving toward the front door. "Ness, this is Ronan, not a burglar." When she reached them, she burst out laughing. Nessa had her mace aimed at Ronan. "What are you doing?" she asked her best friend. "I thought you were being robbed again," Nessa said, entering the condo, giving Ronan the stink eye. Lottie had called Nessa this morning to fill her in on the insanity since she left her at the dog park last night. "You know him?" Nessa asked. Before Lottie could answer, Ronan had Nessa in his arms, his back to her chest, the mace dropped to the floor, his mouth by her ear. "Mace won't protect you, sweetheart." Lottie contained her laugh, nibbling her lip. Nessa's eyes had never been so wide. Her cheeks beat red. Her lips parted in obvious arousal. "Then what will protect me?" Nessa asked quietly. Ronan released her, grabbed the mace, and then offered it to her. "Learn to defend yourself first. If someone was planning on attacking you, you wouldn't have time to grab your mace." He arched an eyebrow at her. "Unless you want to carry it around in your back pocket." "Well, maybe I'll do just that." She threw her hair over her shoulder, tucking her mace back into her purse. Then, when Ronan couldn't see her face, she mouthed, "Oh my fucking God." Lottie couldn't fight her laugh and chuckled softly. Yeah, Ronan was hot. Totally Nessa's type. Except that Lottie was sure Ronan, someone who regularly partook in Phoenix's shows, wasn't looking for love. Nessa was on a mission to find her husband to start making babies. Not that Lottie blamed her. Nessa would make a fantastic mother. Leaving them behind, Lottie went back into the kitchen and took the plate off the counter, handing it to Ronan. "Lunch," she said. "Thanks." He took his plate and promptly went back to the window, taking a bite as he continued to stand watch. Nessa slid onto the stool at the breakfast bar. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, Hunt's just being Hunt," Lottie explained. Nessa's head cocked, her eyes filling with awareness. "Oh my God, you slept with him." Ronan choked on his sandwich. He was wise enough to keep his attention on the street outside and cleared his throat to hide his coughing. "No, we didn't sleep together," Lottie shot back. "What is wrong with you?" Nessa's brows went even higher. Feeling her cheeks burning, Lottie took her best friend by the hand, leading her back into the bedroom. She shut the door behind her, then moved to rest against her gray-stained furniture. Her room wasn't big enough for much more than a dresser and her bed, but what it lacked in space, it made up for in floor-to-ceiling windows and a stunning view of the skyline. "Seriously, what are you, some kind of mind reader? How did you know?" "Oh my God, you did sleep with him," Nessa said, jumping onto the queen-sized bed, the mattress bouncing beneath her. She laughed, obviously proud of herself. "You blushed when you mentioned his name. You never blush." "I really need to do something about my face," Lottie grumbled. All too often her face showed her emotions. "Your face is just fine. Beautiful, in fact. Nessa said with a sweet smile. So, tell me all the juicy bits. The juicy bits, huh? Lottie laughed, joining Nessa on the bed. We didn't exactly sleep together, but he went down on me. She grabbed a pillow, hugging her arms around it. That was out of this world incredible. I can't even tell you, Nessa, what it was like to actually have him touch me. But today, it's confusing. Why? Comforted by her best friend, the one person who knew her truly, her heart opened. Being with Hunt is like something I've never felt in my life. There's just something so wonderful about him. I feel like we could be incredible together. But your past? Nessa offered with a frown. Lottie inclined her head. It's hard. I try to say no and remind myself that being with him is a bad idea. But when I'm with him, I forget all that completely. She paused, considering, trying to get this right. I've never had anyone see me like he sees me, or make me feel the way he makes me feel. Sadness swept across Nessa's face as she took Lottie's hand in hers. I know why you worry about your past, but if Hunt cares for you, then I'm sure you can get through it. You're right. He probably would find a way to get past it, but he shouldn't have to. He shouldn't have to jeopardize his career for me, or his friendships. I don't want to do that to him. So that's it then? Last night and never again? Lottie sighed. That was the plan this morning, but Hunt had other ideas. Nessa chuckled, her shoulders shaking, cheeks brimming with color. I like Hunt's idea better. You deserve to be happy. You've crushed on him hard. It's about time this is happening. The young part of her heart that once believed anything was possible wanted to believe Nessa, but that dark, shadowy part of her soul knew where she came from and what her roots were. Things never worked out. It seems like you might get your wish, since it's apparently impossible for me to refuse him. She'd done so well for so long. She kept her distance, always towing the line. But now that they had crossed it, all her barriers against him had fallen. I say good on that, Nessa said, adamant. So where is Hunt, anyway? Lottie shrugged. He never said, but I suspect he's trying to find out who broke into my apartment. Nessa picked at a loose string on the duvet cover. Do you think it's tied to— No, Lottie said immediately. It has nothing to do with my past. Why would it? I left my family so long ago. True, Nessa conceded. Then it was her turn to shrug. It's just weird. The whole thing is weird, Lottie agreed. But I have no doubt Hunt or the detective working the case will get to the bottom of it. Nessa nodded, scanning the bedroom. Did they take anything? Not that I could see. Lottie had gone through all her belongings as they put them all away last night. To me, it seemed more like they were looking for something. What could they possibly want? Money? Maybe, Nessa said, then gave a full-body shudder. It's just creepy. Do you want me to help you clean? Get the burglar's grubby hands off your stuff? Actually, I'd love that. The thought of someone touching all her stuff was creeping her out, too. Plus, we should really get back out to Ronan. We're being rude. She hopped off the bed. Before she opened the door, she stopped, looking over her shoulder and waggled her eyebrows. Unless you can't control yourself around him and jump his bones? Nessa picked up a pillow and threw it at Lottie. Oh, stop. Hey, you're not the only one who can read faces, Lottie told her with a smirk. Nessa blushed, a deep, burning red. Let's be honest here. You know I would have no idea what to do with all that man. I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to figure out. Nessa blushed deeper. I've said it once and I'll say it again. I'm not like you, Lottie. No, she said, moving back to the bed and taking Nessa by the shoulders. You're Nessa, and Ronan didn't take me in his arms and whisper anything in my ear. Or call me sweetheart." "Oh my God, Lottie, stop," Nessa said, moving away and opening the door. She marched her way back to the living room. Lottie followed, and just as they reached Ronan again, Nessa stopped dead in her tracks at the view. Ronan's heated gaze was firmly on Nessa. Lottie laughed softly and said in her best friend's ear, "He's also not looking at me like that, either." Hunt exited the Uber at the elegant pre-Civil War brownstone row house in the Brooklyn Heights area, throwing his thanks for the ride over his shoulder before shutting the door. The air was still, with a slight chill around him, as he strode up to the wrought iron railing and fence surrounding the front. Mature trees lined the sidewalk, busy with people walking their dogs and enjoying the day. He waited for a mother pushing her daughter in a stroller to walk by him, before he trotted up the steps and knocked on the door. A moment later, it opened to Archer. Retired from the United States Army Special Forces, and now head of security at Phoenix, Archer held a confidence Hunt only saw in high-ranking police officers. It wasn't arrogance. Archer simply knew his worth as a man. Hunt respected that. "Thanks for meeting with me," Hunt said, stepping into the house as Archer moved away from the door. "It's not a problem," said Archer, curiosity brimming in his sharp, dark blue eyes. Hunt offered a rough hug to his close friend before stepping farther into the large foyer of the old but recently renovated house, with the glistening hardwood floors that led to a curved staircase. Seated on the couch in the living room was Archer's wife, Elise, watching him with her strong, dark brown eyes, twirling a finger in her long, dark hair. She always had a calm air about her, but Hunt knew Elise was as tough as any cop on the force, smarter than most. "Hey," he said to her, offering her a gentler hug. She returned the hug and then asked, "Is everything all right?" Hunt ran a hand through his hair as he took a seat opposite her and Archer, who grabbed the remote control to turn off the television. "Yesterday, Lottie's condo was broken into." Alarm registered on both of their faces, and he nodded agreement. "So, yeah, it's not great." Elise strained up in her seat, her eyebrows rising. "You were called to the scene?" "Not officially," Hunt explained. "Lottie called me." As quickly and simply as he could, he caught them up on everything since he arrived at Lottie's condo yesterday, minus the unforgettable moment between them. He could still taste her on his tongue, smell her every time he inhaled. Earlier, he nearly lost it when she was about to turn him away, but he was glad he'd gotten inside her head, making that choice not so easy. "Lottie is lying to you?" Archer asked when Hunt finished talking. Hunt wasn't surprised Archer clung to that part of his story. He slowly shook his head. "Not lying, since she's not talking about anything, but she's most certainly withholding something." "Why would she do that?" Elise asked. Hunt had wondered the same thing himself. Lottie was firmly part of their inner circle of friends. She trusted all of them. Of that, Hunt was sure. No matter how many times he mulled it over, he kept coming to the same conclusion. Fear is my guess. Now it was Archer's turn to straighten in his seat, his back becoming ramrod stiff. "I don't take Lottie to be the fearful type." "You didn't see her yesterday," Hunt admitted. "I've never seen her like that before." He never wanted to see her like that again. Archer studied Hunt for a good long while, then asked, "What do you need from us?" "Your skill set." Hunt slid his gaze to Elise. She was a private investigator. Not only was she sharp, with a keen eye and killer instincts, but he suspected she had a hacker on her team. One he believed worked within the gray areas. They had never talked about Elise's practice or the people she employed. They couldn't talk about it. Hunt had pledged himself to the badge, to the law, and while his friends might work outside those parameters, if he didn't know about it or see it, he could live with that. Elise cocked her head, her eyes inquisitive as ever. What exactly do you need me to do? Find out who broke into her condo, Hunt stated simply. She exchanged a long, knowing look with Archer before she asked him, Why is the force not handling her case? The first precinct is handling her case, but as you know, things can be slow. Hunt leaned back against the couch, crossing his ankle over his knees. Cops were red-taped all the time. Those rules did not apply to Elise. I need to know if she's in any real danger or if this is simply a break-in. Archer asked, What do you know so far? Elise snatched up her cell phone off the coffee table, and much like a cop, she began taking notes. There's not much to tell you at this point, Hunt explained with a clenched jaw. The surveillance video in her hallway was cut. And that's not suspicious at all, Elise said with a snort. My thoughts exactly, Hunt agreed, rubbing at the ache in his jaw. The detective working the case said everyone going in and out of the building was accounted for. Either this person got in another way, or they live there. The latter worried him the most. As if Elise read his thoughts, she said, Let's hope it's not some psychopath that has an obsession with her. Archer agreed with a nod, then asked Hunt, She's sure that nothing is missing? She couldn't find a single thing, Hunt answered. Elise asked, What about a pair of panties? Hunt lifted an eyebrow. Her panties? Yeah, her panties, Elise said seriously. She finished typing on her cell and met his gaze again. I'd ask her to check, just in case. Creeps do stuff like that. She paused, her gaze flicking up the ceiling in thought, before she glanced his way again. But if that's not the case here, they could have been looking for money and then didn't find any. Hunt considered the same. But there are far richer people in that building than Lottie. A singular thought had been banging around inside his head all morning. A break-in like this takes skill. It's not like breaking through a back door or an open window. They had to get past her security, dodge every other person in that building who would take notice of someone out of place. The only two options I can come up with is either they want something from her specifically, or they got the wrong condo. I would rule out that it's the wrong condo, Elise said, typing something else into her phone. It's targeted. I'd bet on it. Hunt grunted in agreement. She finally looked away from her phone and rose. Okay, leave this with me. I'll call the moment I know something. Thanks, Elise. I appreciate it, Hunt said. He hoped his smile showed his gratitude. Send me the bill. Elise froze mid-step from walking away and frowned. That's not necessary. Your family, Hunt. His chest warmed at the notion. He never did forget how much his found family meant to him. Even if his real family was great, they weren't here in New York City. Again, thanks, but please bill me. Elise's stern gaze fell to Archer. Her husband laughed softly, shaking his head. I have no idea who I'd put my money on to win this battle, but Hunt is as firm as you on his opinions. You can argue it out, but I suspect you'll be arguing for a while. She rolled her eyes with a huff. Fine, I'll bill you at the family rate, she said to Hunt. He gave a firm nod. Appreciate that. She finally gave in and laughed, shaking her head at him before heading down the hallway toward where Hunt knew was her home office. Archer waited for her door to shut before he said with a laugh, She just said that to shut you up, you know. Your bill will likely be greatly discounted. I know, and that's fine, Hunt said. I'll give her a tip. Archer threw his head back and barked a laugh. Hunt chuckled along with him. Archer was right. He often did get his way because he was relentless when he wanted something. Wanting to get back to Lottie, Hunt pulled his cell phone from his pocket and called another Uber. When silence fell like a heavy blanket over them, Archer asked, Do you need me? Nah, I'm all right, Hunt said, rising. feeling the heavy weight on his shoulders. "Ronan's with Lottie now while she's on her dog walks." Hunt had no interest in pulling his married buddies away from their wives. "At this point, I don't even know what's going on, or if there is anything to worry about." "But something feels off?" Archer asked. Hunt nodded. "Yeah, something feels off." Archer followed Hunt to the front door. "Your instincts are rarely wrong." Hunt nodded. That's what bothered him most. He'd wondered for so long why Lottie never let him get close. He had 100 reasons to explain her behavior, but now he began to wonder if he really wanted to know the truth. All of this didn't sit right. When he reached the door, he opened it. "Sorry if I interrupted your plans for the day." "Don't apologize," Archer said, holding the door open. "Elise is doing what she loves. I'd never get in the way of that." When Hunt stepped aside, Archer added, "It's good Lottie has you." Hunt looked over his shoulder and grinned, letting his expression say all the things that he didn't feel necessary to say aloud. "Yeah, it's real good." At Archer's responding, beaming smile, Hunt knew his face told his secret that he'd finally taken a step forward with Lottie. "About damn time, Hunt. About damn time." "Yeah, it is," Hunt agreed, then trotted down the steps toward the Uber that would take him back to exactly where he wanted to be, with Lottie. Chapter 5. Seated on her bed after she finished walking her second group of dogs, Lottie stared at the box sitting atop her duvet cover for the 100th time. The box wasn't special. It was both cherry wood and oak. She opened it again, taking out the note from inside. Probably the only thing that could make her blood turn cold. "My darling Marissa, I have many regrets. Losing you is one of them. Dad." She couldn't peel her eyes away from her father's letter, not doubting this note and the box came from her father. His scratchy handwriting was just as she remembered it being. Fear sliced through her breath becoming trapped in her throat. In the 7 years since she left Chicago, she'd remained undetected. Hunt. On top of the many reasons she'd stayed away from Hunt, this was the one that topped the list. She knew 7 years ago, stealing dirty drug money would put her family in a bad place. She didn't want that vengeance to come down on Hunt, the man who'd do whatever he could to protect her. With shaky hands, she put the note back into the box and closed the lid. "A gift?" She glanced up with a gasp, finding Hunt leaning against her doorframe, arms folded, watching her with that keen eye. The mattress bounced beneath her as she leapt from the bed, box in hand, and made her way into the closet. "Not a gift. It's something I ordered," she said, feeling like a bag of shit for lying to him. Her hands shook as she placed the box on the top shelf next to her clothes, and then shut the door behind her. Turning around, she found Hunt right in her space, his hand lifting until he gripped her chin. "Do things you order always make you so afraid?" he asked, staring at her intently. "Depends how expensive and sparkly they are, and what damage they do to my bank account," she countered with a forced smile. He snorted a laugh, his brows knitting in concentration. "If you don't want to tell me what it is, then don't, but at least tell me if you're all right." Her heart squeezed. Hunt presented a safety net with his presence, one that every part of her soul wanted to jump into. But depending on others had never gotten her anywhere. "I'm fine, thanks. It's just been a day." His all-knowing eyes told her he didn't believe her. Thankfully, he let it go and asked, "Are you missing any lingerie, panties, bras?" She blinked, twice. "Should I be missing lingerie?" "I'm hoping not," he said curtly. "But if someone in your building is obsessed with you, then they might take such things as tokens." The thought made her shiver in disgust. Ew, and no, I don't think so. But who knows? It's not like I count my panties and bras. Suddenly needing to know that answer immediately, she grabbed her laundry bag out of the closet and emptied the contents of her lingerie drawer into the bag. She turned back to Hunt. Just in case someone touched something of mine, all of these need to be washed. His gaze fell to the lacy garments in the bag before desire-filled eyes met hers again. His voice lowered an octave. Probably a good idea. Feeling like creepy fingers were caressing her flesh, she carried the bag across the hall and added all her lingerie into the machine on the gentle cycle, hearing Hunt and Ronan talking out in her living room. Once the cycle began, she entered the living room, finding Ronan putting on his shoes. He scanned her face, looking for signs of something. You okay? She nodded. Sorry I vanished for a bit. It only occurred to her now how much she must have worried Ronan. She'd been standing in the kitchen when she'd opened the package and knew she went ghost white before somehow making her legs move to her bedroom. Ronan had knocked once to check on her. She didn't even remember what she said to get him to go back to the living room. Seeing the tension creasing his eyes, she smiled to reassure him. I'm okay, really. Glad to hear it, he said to her. Then, to Hunt, he added, Call me if you need anything. Hunt gave a firm nod, cupping Ronan's shoulder. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for coming today. Anytime, Ronan said, before giving Lottie a final smile, then heading out the door. Guilt nearly crippled her. Her mouth almost opened to tell them everything, to explain her past. But fear of losing everything shut her lips tight. Turning back to Lottie, Hunt closed the door behind Ronan, his gaze that of a cop, assessing. Are you feeling up to talking about the break-in? He asked gently. Yeah, I'm good. She plopped down on the couch, pulled up her legs, and yanked the blanket over her lap. What do you want to talk about? Hunt joined her on the couch, a steady strength next to her. I reached out to the detective working your case this morning, he reported. There's nothing new on their end yet, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked Elise to take your case. Lottie's heart skipped a few beats and then promptly sank into her stomach. That's not necessary. I'm sure the detective will figure this all out. Please don't put Elise out. Hunt reached for her hand, like he'd reached for it 1,000 times before now. I'm not taking chances here, Lottie. Someone broke into your home, and I intend to find out why. No. This couldn't happen. Elise was the best private investigator in the city, someone skilled enough to find the secrets Lottie wanted to stay buried. You don't trust the detective to handle my case? I do trust Garcia, Hunt clarified, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. But I also trust that Elise can likely find the person faster. Yeah, you're right. She will, she agreed. And that was the fucking problem. Lottie studied Hunt's face, saw the determination there. This is unnecessary, Hunt. Please don't involve her. It's already done, Hunt stated sharply, leaving no room to argue. We need answers. Elise will get them. Lottie hesitated to consider this. Other than her fear of being discovered, she realized maybe this wasn't so bad after all. One way or the other, Elise would find the person responsible for the break-in, and that would get Hunt and this burning thing between them out of her house. Because one thing was certain, too much time with Hunt was a bad, very bad idea. She wanted him. There was simply no ignoring that anymore. But she could still keep herself emotionally distant. She couldn't cross that emotional line and endanger his career and her involvement with Phoenix. Besides, she had paid a lot of money to have her identity scrubbed clean and a new one created. The The chance of Elise putting 2 and 2 together was slim. "Thanks for all this, Hunt. Truly, for helping me. I really appreciate it." "You don't need to thank me," he said, rising from the couch. Then he boldly stated, "I want to be here." Happiness burst with heat radiating in her chest, but she stuck a pin in it. No matter how much she liked Hunt, and she did like Hunt, she wasn't girlfriend material for someone with a badge. Besides, her secrets were hers. He wouldn't stop until he peeled back all her layers and laid her bare. It was in his nature. She loved her life. She loved Nessa. She loved the future she was planning out for herself. Everything had to stay just like it was. This was all but a blip in her plan, and her life would soon again settle. Not looking back, Hunt headed for the door, and then began lacing up his boots. "Come on," he said, moving on to the other boot. "Let's go somewhere." "Where?" she asked, staying put on the couch. "Dinner." The ground slowly dropped out from under her. Hell no. "Hunt," she said sternly. He slipped into his coat and opened the door. "Lottie, it's dinner with a friend. Is that so hard to do?" "Yes." "I can't give you what you want," she blurted out. With a long sigh, he shut the door, leaning against it. His stare penetrated places no man had ever penetrated before. "How do you know what I want? You haven't let me tell you." "I know exactly what you want," she said. His mouth twitched. "What do I want then, Lottie?" "A girlfriend," she said immediately. "I cannot be that for you. It won't happen, ever." The air warmed as he moved to her, one step, then another and another, a sly smile on his face. When he finally reached her, he held out his hand. "Why don't you let me worry about what I want?" Unable to stop the comfort his touch brought, she slid her hand into his. She wanted to feel safe and pretend that her father hadn't somehow found her. She wanted to forget where she came from and what she'd done to gain her freedom. "I don't want to lead you on," she said, hoping he heard her. "I don't want you to get the wrong idea. A relationship is not something I want." "You're not giving me the wrong idea about anything," he said, pulling her to her feet. "If all you can do is lead me into your bed, then that's where we'll go." She studied him, looking for any signs of deceit, but couldn't find any. "You sure?" He dropped his eye level to hers and said firmly, "Yes, Lottie, I'm sure." He gestured to the door, his eyes still amused. "Now, can we go for dinner?" "Sure, of course." She laughed it off, realizing how silly she was being, and slipped into her flats and her jean jacket. Hunt was a member of a sex club. Surely he had many, many friends with benefits arrangements and could manage them fine. And the truth was, Lottie wanted those benefits with him. Not forever, but for right now. "Good, I'm glad you're in agreement." He opened the front door. As she went by him, he grabbed her by the waist, his mouth settling by her ear. "Because I'm hungry." She shivered at the brush of his breath against her skin, raising goosebumps. When she managed to look into his eyes, she saw what he hid moments ago, as much as she felt it to her core. That wasn't lust alone sizzling in his molten stare at her. It was something far more dangerous. Emotion. Bryant Park was as busy as ever as Hunt walked next to Lottie, his hand brushing hers. It took all his strength not to reach for her as they made way for a couple striding by them. Along the pathway, they passed a group of jugglers bringing laughter and life to the park. Surrounded by skyscrapers, the park was a bit of calm in a city of chaos. Hunt studied Lottie, who was smiling at the dog trotting ahead with its owner. "Why don't you have a dog if you like them so much?" he asked her. "Sadly, I don't have time for a dog of my own," she said. Then she gave a little shrug. It'd be cruel to have a dog stuck in my condo all day when I'm out walking other people's dogs. Responsible, but why couldn't you bring your dog with you? She sent her gaze back to the dog ahead of her, whose tail was wagging as he happily trotted along. A few of my clients don't mix well with other dogs. I've been with them all for so long, their dogs are like family to me now, so I wouldn't want to upset anyone. Ah, I see, he said, spotting the love in her eyes she had for animals. Just a shame. You look like you could use a dog in your life. She laughed. If I had a dog of my own, I'd get nothing done. Too much cuddling. He searched her face for any hint of what she was feeling. It sure seemed like she held back for another reason, but it wasn't his place to prod. Nothing wrong with that. He wouldn't mind a little cuddling with her, too. As they turned the corner, they reached the restaurant, the porch, on the southern end of the fountain terrace, a great place to grab a burger and fries. Hunt stepped into the lobby, passing by the trendy chalkboard with the specials written on it, and said to the hostess, "A table for two, please." "Sure, just follow me," the hostess said. Hunt followed behind Lottie as the hostess led them beneath a metal terrace covered in Edison bulbs. Once they were seated at the high bar table and the menus set in front of them, Hunt learned a couple of cool facts about Lottie. She loved draft beer and a burger. His kind of woman. It didn't take long for their beers to come and for their dinner to follow. Each moment that passed got easier. Not that Hunt was surprised. Everything with Lottie had felt easy since the day he'd met her, except getting closer to her. He edged that line, and if he got too close, she'd pull away. Wanting to get to know this fascinating creature, he wiped his mouth with his napkin and asked her, "How'd you get into dog walking?" "I kind of fell into it, actually," she explained, setting her burger down and wiping her hands. "After high school, I wanted to become a vet." He added a dollop of ketchup to his plate. "But that didn't work out?" She shook her head. "Going through school to be a vet is expensive, and I didn't have that kind of money. Once Phoenix gave me some financial freedom, I quit waitressing and opened my own business walking dogs. I still get to be around animals. It's pretty special, and I love what I do." He unpacked all she said, and all the things she didn't, focusing on one part of what she'd told him. "You didn't have any family to help you pay for school?" Her gaze fell to her plate, and she went unnaturally still, the way she always went whenever he asked about her past. "Not really, no." He pressed, albeit gently. "Is that your choice or theirs?" A soft laugh escaped those pouty lips as her head lifted, a strength there steady and holding. She pointed playfully at him. "Don't use your sneaky cop ways to find out all my secrets, Hunt Walker." He lifted his hands in surrender. "I wouldn't dare think of it." In fact, he now wondered if that was part of her hesitation when it came to him. "I'm not playing games with you, Lottie. I just want to know you a bit better. Is that such a crime?" She watched him closely. Too closely. He swore he could read exactly what she was thinking. "You won't like what you find if you know me." She eventually looked back at her plate, reaching for a fry, and shrugged. "I wouldn't have ever used my parents' money for my own purposes." Interesting statement. "You wanted to prove yourself on your terms?" "Something like that." She ate a fry. "And no, I don't talk to my family anymore. We've never been close." "Does that hurt you?" "No," she said harshly. "I'm a better me without them in my life." Before he could dig deeper, she swiftly switched the subject. "How'd you get into the force?" "It's all I knew growing up," he explained, letting her turn the spotlight onto him. He took a long swig of his beer, his cheeks tingling at the hoppy aftertaste. "I come from generations of cops. The force is bred into my bones." "Did you ever think of doing anything different?" "Nah, never. Being raised by cops, the lifestyle becomes all you know. People I called aunts and uncles weren't blood relatives, but were my father's cop buddies. To serve my community, to protect. I couldn't imagine ever doing anything different with my life. That's honorable, she said. He winked, loving how she laughed softly. I'm glad you think so. His mind took him back to what she said earlier. Not quite ready to let it go, he asked, After you joined Phoenix, you certainly could have afforded to go to vet school. Why didn't you? I actually still plan to, she replied, but it's slow to fruition. I really want to open my own clinic, so I figured my best bet for now is to save as much as I can while I'm at Phoenix. Interesting. Are you thinking of ever leaving Phoenix? Oh, no, never, she said quickly. A little too quickly. Hunt pressed, albeit gently, to ensure she kept talking. Are you only at Phoenix for the financial aspect? She laughed softly. I mean, the financial gift is enticing and setting me up for all my dreams to come true, but it's not the only reason. Have you always been adventurous in your sex life? I'd say I was pretty unadventurous until I met Andy, she said, brushing her knee against his under the table. He opened an entire new world for me. A menu snapped shut behind him as she asked, What about you? You've always been adventurous? Hunt nodded. Always. Of course, things didn't really heat up until I was in college and met the right people. This city does open up many possibilities. He nodded in agreement, taking another long drink of his beer, taking in how she talked about New York City. She didn't talk like a native. She spoke like someone who moved here because she'd fallen in love with it. He wanted to keep things light, but he'd never got her talking so much. He couldn't help himself. This aversion you have to dating, can I ask what the root cause is? She froze midway to eating a fry. What do you mean, aversion? Bad breakup, your parents went through a nasty divorce, something else of that nature? What happened that made you so closed off to dating? I'm not closed off. That wasn't the answer he wanted. He lifted his brows. So the aversion is me. No, she said quickly, swiveling on her stool, her cheeks filling with color. I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? A chair scraped on the floor behind their table as she replied, I'm just not looking for a relationship right now. Why not? Why not? She repeated. Yeah, he said, pushing a little harder, needing this answer. Why wouldn't you want to find someone to spend your life with, if you could? Isn't everyone looking for that? I suspect most people are, she said. After a long sigh, she added, but I think most people are chasing something that isn't real, either. If that wasn't a hint that things hadn't been so good in her past, he didn't know what was. Sometimes he wondered if she had been abused by an ex, and that's why she didn't let anyone close. Lottie acted like a survivor, and he couldn't help but wonder what exactly she had survived. Because you've had experience where a relationship failed? She glanced down at her plate a moment. When she lifted her head, he saw a rare moment when her guard was down. Love is hard. Real love is rare. And life is often very complicated. Right now, in my life, I'm focusing on the things that make me happy. Phoenix, saving for my future, my close friendship with Nessa, and walking dogs. I don't need anything beyond that. So you're fulfilled? He asked. Yes, she said, her eyes blinking. Lie. He let it go, knowing if he pressed any further, she'd shut down. Taking her cue to make a joke when things got too tense, he said, Well, I'm glad your aversion isn't me, it's relationships themselves. She laughed softly. It's not you. Trust me. You're the whole package. I'm just not looking for that right now. Lie. Oh, how easy lies fell from her gorgeous lips. He just smiled, letting it go. Inch by inch, he'd get closer. He'd never been a patient man, yet for years he'd pursued this one woman. He didn't know what made him hold on, but his instincts had never failed him, not in life, not on the job. He'd keep holding on until his gut told him to walk away. By the time he swallowed the last sip of his beer, his stomach happily full of his dinner, he felt like he finally got to know the one woman who'd been so hard to reach. As he set his empty beer glass down, dripping in condensation, his cell phone rang. He slipped it from his pocket and looked at the screen and answered it quickly. "Archer, what's up?" "Elise has got a file for you." Tension radiated in Archer's voice. "What we need to discuss can't be said over the phone. Where are you?" "Bryant Park," he said. "I'm with Lottie." The long, deep sigh that followed couldn't have been a good sign. "Let's meet at Lottie's. We'll be there in half an hour." "All right," Hunt said, his chest tightening at the swell of worry swirling down to his gut. "Is everything all right?" A pause, one that felt more daunting than any other pause in Hunt's life. Then Archer stopped Hunt's heart as he said, "You're right. Lottie's got some secrets, some big ones." "How bad?" Hunt asked, schooling his face to neutral as Lottie's worried gaze held his. "Couldn't get any worse." Chapter 6. Dread nearly consumed Lottie on the way back to her condo. Hunt had gone quiet, too quiet. And when Archer and Elise showed up only a few minutes after they arrived home, Lottie knew Elise had found out all her secrets. She'd never seen Archer look so angry. He'd yet to look at her, a muscle in his jaw twitching. Lottie kept her distance, standing at the window, while they all took a seat on her couch. She felt it down to her bones. She did not belong anymore. Elise's stare was drenched in pity and something else that Lottie couldn't name, something that made her stomach want to expel her dinner. Hunt asked, "What did you find?" Elise tore her focus off Lottie and sighed heavily, flipping open the file she'd left on the coffee table as Lottie made her way over. "All right, first things first." She plucked out a photo of a couple. They were walking into the elevator, only the back of their heads visible, but the guy wore a hoodie, hiding his identity. "This guy here," she pointed at the man in the photograph, "doesn't belong in this building. From what I could gather, he had a one-night stand with this woman," she pointed at the 20-something girl, "and left the next morning." Hunt asked, "How did you discover it was a one-night stand?" "Through her text messages to her friend the next day," Elise answered. Hunt bristled. "Do I want to know how you were able to get that information?" "Probably not." Elise paused to shrug, and then hastily added, "But hey, you get things done your way, I get them done my way. In the end, the good guys win, right?" Hunt snorted a laugh. "Good point. Let's skip the method, then." "Good idea," Elise said, taking the photograph back and setting it down on the table. "I couldn't manage to find out how the surveillance video was cut on Lottie's floor, but I did manage to catch something." She hesitated again, this time longer, and Lottie shifted from foot to foot as Elise's sorrowful gaze met Lottie's and held. "I got the guy's face." When she flipped to the next photo, Lottie's stomach roiled, her blood running cold. A long, heavy pause hung in the air, until Hunt said, more of a statement than a question, "You know him." "Of course she knows him," Archer said through gritted teeth. "That's your brother, is that right, Marissa?" Lottie felt the world slow as Hunt's hard stare returned to her. "Marissa?" He arched a single eyebrow. "Brother?" Elise began turning over the rest of the documents in the file, mostly newspaper articles detailing Lottie's family's large drug operation and their mob ties, speaking of the untouchable family, speaking of their long history of violence and spilled blood. Then the photographs of her and her family, her mother and father and 2 older brothers, at public events and school graduations. Everything Lottie had tried to hide was right there in front of her. She stared at the damning evidence laid out before her, feeling bile rise in her throat. She slowly met Hunt's unreadable gaze, his face expressionless, a cop through and through. But then she managed to find her voice. I paid a lot of money for my past to be buried. As far as I knew, my old identity had been scrubbed. How did you find all this out? She asked Elise. Before Elise could answer, Hunt growled, She's not the one who needs to answer questions right now, Lottie. He gestured to the photographs of her father on a newspaper article, calling him Chicago's drug lord. Explain this, he demanded. Cringing from his wrath, Lottie glanced at her bare toes, wishing the ground would open up and eat her. I can't explain this because if I do, you'll hate me. All of you. Silence fell like a heavy blanket. When Hunt spoke next, his voice had softened. Why would I hate you? Why would any of us hate you? She felt the weight of the truth crash into her. There was no running any longer. Hunt knew, Elise knew, Archer knew. Soon Reese would know. Any dreams she had burned out around her. Any friendships she had gone forever. Her life in Phoenix was over. Hunt, he'd never forgive her. She forced herself to look Hunt in the eye. He stared on, confusion dancing through his eyes. Hunt, hell, all of them, were good, kind, and commendable, and everything her family taught her to hate. Because once you know who I am, you'll have no other choice. Hunt watched her carefully, a steely set to his expression before he rose, moving to her side. He took her hand, even though she felt the tremble, the lie in his touch. I could never hate you, but you need to tell me what's going on, so we can understand and help you. Lottie scanned the faces in the room. Elise, looking on with pity and hurt that Lottie had been lying to her. Archer, brimming with anger. Hunt, looking baffled and slightly scared. For him, for her, she wasn't sure. What she did know was there was no running anymore. You're right. My name wasn't always Lottie Harlow. She saw Hunt stiffen, but didn't drag her eyes away from his, hoping, praying, that he'd still hold her hand by the time he knew the truth. I was born Marissa Ricci, the same last name that was splattered in the news articles speaking of murder, bloodshed, and drugs. Hunt's brows knitted. He turned to Archer and asked, How could something like this not hit your radar through the vetting for the club? Archer frowned, deeply. I'd like to know that, too. Lottie swallowed the bile rising in her throat and managed, Anything can be hidden if you pay enough for it to go away. Like I said, Elise should have never found it out. She expected Hunt to release her hand then. Surely he'd hate her for all the lies. But he did the opposite. He held her tighter and asked, Why would you need a new identity? To get away from my family, she explained, feeling the shield to keep her lives protected fall and shatter. All that remained was the cold, hard truth and her brutally raw soul. Like the newspapers say, my dad runs a drug operation in Chicago with mob ties. He and my 2 older brothers spin a web of unspeakable crimes. She paused, drawing in a shaky breath before continuing. I was never brought into the business. I only knew what I knew from things I saw, conversations I overheard. By the time I finished high school, I knew that my father and brothers were very bad people, but I figured I could get away, at least for a while, I had plans of going to college, although it was expected that I'd come home immediately after, marry one of my father's associates, and carry on the family legacy. Vet school had been a dream, even back then, but she figured it would never happen. But then a deal went wrong. My mother paid the price. Hunt straightened. How? What happened? She let her mind wander, going back to that day. I'd turned 18, and my parents threw a big party. Everyone was drinking, having fun, but then there was a gunshot. The screams from that day etched into her memory, all so vivid, too vivid. No one knew where it came from, but a shot that was obviously meant for my father missed him and hit my mom. Jesus, Lottie, Hunt sputtered. Then he shook his head, color leaving his face. I mean, Marissa. No, not Marissa, Lottie said firmly. I haven't been Marissa for 7 years. My mom's middle name was Charlotte. I wanted to honor her in some small way. I'm Lottie. She felt like screaming her name repeatedly as all her secrets came out to remind herself of just who she was. Okay, Lottie, then, Elise said, after Hunt stayed silent. Were you there when this happened? Lottie dared a glance at Archer. His glare hadn't changed, burning her up where she stood. She took it. She deserved his anger. She'd broken his trust. She'd ruined their friendship. I was there, yes. Hunt squeezed her hand, drawing her attention back to his strong gaze. What happened to the shooter? Lottie pointed to the picture of the man who had been in her building. My brother Leo killed him. Was there ever a charge for that? Hunt pressed. She laughed dryly, her soul turning to ice. These aren't the type of people who get caught. If there's no body, no one reporting the person missing, how can there be a crime? But rival families knew Leo had taken care of the shooter. There was a war brewing. I knew I had to escape. Hunt's lips pressed together tightly, worry lines creasing in his forehead as he released her hand to pick up the photo and studied her older brother. The silence became so thick, daunting, that Lottie sighed in relief as Elise asked, There is one other thing that I think you should know. She shifted through the folder and then offered Lottie a piece of paper. Lottie stepped closer and took it, disbelieving her eyes. She read the document, once, twice, thrice, before the words sank deep into her head. Death certificate, Angelo Ricci. I don't know if you know this, but your father recently passed away, Elise said, sympathy full in her voice. I'm so sorry. Lottie's hand shook, and the paper fluttered to the floor. Roaring sounded in her ears. She knew what her leaving Chicago would have done to her family, the betrayal they would have felt, particularly her brothers, the rage that she'd stolen money. But she also knew her father would never have her killed, even if he did know where she lived, which apparently he had. Now the only person protecting her was dead. The much-needed air her lungs required was seemingly impossible to find as the room spun around her. She heard the conversation continuing, even picked up a few things. Hunt saying, Thank you, Elise. Elise responded, It doesn't feel good to bring you this. Archer adding, I'm fucking pissed. Then roaring in her ears, more roaring, so much roaring, until a few things Archer said registered. I have to tell Reese, membership revoked. Until there was nothing but the roaring, after Hunt shut the door behind Elise and Archer. The thundering of her heartbeat, the coldness of the sweat dripping down her spine, became all she knew. Her feet carried her without thought, her stomach heaving. She heard Hunt calling for her, but she aimed for the bathroom. Tears fell heavy, like they could wash away all the pain, the past, every damn thing, as her stomach emptied itself alongside her soul. Hunt leaned against the wall, staring at the bathroom's closed door. 1 hour had gone by, then another. He might have been worried if he hadn't heard Lottie crying. She'd thrown up until her heaving went quiet. Pain, misery, he had heard before. The sound of loss, of an unfathomable pain. But Hunt suspected this had little to do with her father's death, but more so that the new life she'd created and protected was now exposed. When the door finally opened, a red-eyed, ashen-faced Lottie came out. Upon seeing Hunt waiting, she froze, like a deer caught in the frightening beam of bright headlights. "You're still here," she gasped. He slowly arched an eyebrow. "Where do you think I'd go?" "I thought you'd leave," she barely got out. She patted her way by him, heading into the bedroom, and then lay down in the bed, pulling the covers up to her shoulders. He moved to her, drawn by the heady pull he'd always felt around her. His head swam as he desperately fought to pull all the missing pieces together to get to the bottom of this, of why she'd lie about her past, about her name, about her family. "I wouldn't have blamed you for leaving," she said softly. He dropped down next to her on the bed and reached for her hand, finding her skin clammy. "I'd be a shitty person if I left you, Lottie." He didn't care if her real name was Marissa. He only cared about the why. "I want to understand, that's all." He'd seen fear on a victim's face before. The moment she saw her brother, real, raw fear crossed her face. That couldn't be faked. He tried to reel in his questions for her, keeping focused on the danger she was presently in. "Do you have any idea why your brother would break into your condo?" "I stole money from their business," she said, her head bowed. "That's what I used to escape. I used it to get out of Chicago, pay for a new identity, and have my old one erased. So yeah, it seems logical he'd come looking for the money I stole. But it's been 7 years since I left Chicago, and believe me when I tell you, Leo isn't the type of man to be sneaky. If he wanted the money, he'd come ask me for it." She paused and then remembered. "But..." Desperate to get to the bottom of this, he squeezed her hand. "I need the truth to help you. No more secrets between us, yeah?" Tears welled in her eyes again, but she nodded. "Yeah, okay." She pulled her hand from his, and he fought against letting her go, holding her close. He refused to get quick to anger over this, not until he had all the facts and understood why a woman who valued close friendships would lie to everyone around her. From his experience on the job, 2 things usually motivated people to lie: guilt or fear. Hunt suspected for Lottie it was the latter. After she entered the closet, she came back out with the box that he'd seen her holding before. "This was the package that came for me the other day. It's from my dad." She handed him the box, taking a seat next to him on the bed, the mattress bouncing beneath her. He opened the lid, only finding a note from her father. "My darling Marissa, I have many regrets. Losing you is one of them. Dad." I didn't know what to think of this at the time, besides just being shocked that after 7 years he found me, she said. But now, her breath hitched. "Now that he's gone, and with Leo breaking in..." "Leo's your oldest brother?" Hunt interjected, needing to take this step by step, until it all made some lick of sense. She gave a slow nod, her voice trembling. "Yes, then there's Mateo, who's the middle child, and I'm the youngest." "All right," Hunt said, making a mental note. He examined the box. Besides the note, there was nothing special about the box. "Do you think this box has something to do with the break-in?" "I can't see why. It's a wooden box," she said, staring at the box like it was a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. "Maybe it's something from my childhood, Or it was my mother's, and my father wanted me to have it." She finally looked up at him with the saddest eyes he'd ever seen, and shrugged. "I don't know, but it seems a bit coincidental that my dad passes away, Leo breaks into my place, and then this box is delivered afterward." "I agree. It is too coincidental for my liking." He pulled out his cell phone, taking a picture of the box, and then fired off a text. "I'm sending this to Elise and getting her to investigate who sent it. Hopefully that will shed some light on what it is and why it was sent to you." Elise's response pinged on his cell. "On it." He set his cell phone down on the nightstand with a sigh, then said, "If it's all right with you, I think it's wise to leave this box at my house for the time being. Until we have an answer for why, let's keep it safe." Her eyes searched his, and then she gave a slow nod. "Okay, yes, I guess that makes sense." Scooping up her hand, he held it tight, feeling the hard trembles rocking her. "When you left your family, do you know how your brothers felt about that?" "I don't know," she said. "I never saw them again." "They never came looking for you?" "They weren't given the chance to. The day after my mother's funeral, I left. I was so furious that my family's operation had gotten my mom killed. I was also scared to death. I didn't want to be in that house, in that world anymore. I took $20,000 from my dad's safe. $5,000 got me to New York City and into an apartment. $15,000 was spent to get my new identity." She stared at their held hands for a moment. When she lifted her head, her chin trembled. "I'm sure if they had caught me, they would have killed me for the money I stole." "How did you get the new identity?" "I was dating a guy named Jack at the time," she explained, her gaze going far away from there. "I only learned after that he was part of my family's operation. But it was him. He helped me get away because he cared about me. While I was standing over my mom's grave, he was picking up my new ID and birth certificate." Hunt caught what she wasn't saying. "He knew the right people who could help you?" She nodded. "It's why I'm surprised Elise found anything. I was assured my old identity and any evidence of me was erased." "Technology changes on the daily," Hunt explained. He saw it every day on the job. "Things people thought buried can get unearthed again." Hunt paused, considering all this. He almost hated to ask, "Do you know if anything happened to Jack?" She shrugged. "I never heard from him again." A long, heavy pause. Then her voice cracked. "You must hate me." "I don't hate you," he said immediately. Doubtful eyes held his. "How can you not? I've lied to you." "No, you've lied to Archer, and weren't forthcoming that you've obtained a new name and a new identity when you were vetted for Phoenix," he corrected. "That's something you will need to square up with him. It's none of my business. I do not work for Reese or for Phoenix." She stiffened, lips parting to respond, but he forged ahead. "You have never told me enough about yourself to lie to me. You've withheld things, yes, but never outright lied to me." He hesitated to tuck her hair behind her ear and smiled gently, hoping she read his truth. "I live in a world that is not black and white. I see evil every day. You, Lottie, are not evil." Tears slid down her cheek. "But my past, you cannot help what you were born into," he said, adamant, cupping her face, desperate for her to hear him. "Besides, I can only imagine how hard it was for you to leave everything you knew behind." Everything began to make sense. All the pieces that weren't adding up over the couple of years of knowing her, slowly coming together. "Which was why you never told Reese or Archer the truth about your identity, after you became friends with them outside of the club. Phoenix is too important to your future, isn't it?" he guessed. A nod. "When I first came to Phoenix, I came in with Andy. she explained, a quiver to her voice. When Reese offered me a show and the financial gift, I thought it was a one-time deal. I never thought I'd become friends with anyone. I never thought I'd care about everyone and have them care about you, he offered. Silently, tears falling from her eyes, she nodded again. He let the quiet live on, giving her time to sort through her emotions and finally give him the truth. She eventually wiped the tears on her cheeks. I wanted to say something. I did, so many times. But it was just me. Me to support myself. Me to make my dreams come true. If I admitted the truth, I wouldn't have been allowed back to Phoenix. I wouldn't have the money for vet school and my future. Most of all, I didn't know how to tell everyone that I care about now, that I've been lying to them. She bowed her head and whispered, I didn't want to lose the life I found here with all of you. Every word she said he understood and read as true. For so long he couldn't figure her out. Now his heart broke for her. To carry all this was a weight very heavy to bear. As Hunt processed, another realization hit him, the one thing that had never made any sense. How do I tie into all this? He asked, tucking her hair behind her ear. Is the real reason you've been pushing me away is because you think I'll hate you for your past? She lifted her eyes, dripping in sadness, to his. One of the reasons? Curious now, he asked, what are the other reasons? She drew in a big, deep breath and rose, moving to the wall of windows, staring out at the skyscrapers and into the dark night. Because how would that look for you if my identity is exposed? What do you think would happen? I'd come to your cop backyard barbecues? To the community events? Hunt, the cop moving quickly up the ranks, and his girlfriend, the fraud, who stole dirty money to pay for a fake identity, and the daughter of a drug lord. Can you even imagine? Heat coiled within him at the image that presented. He could see Lottie there, at his side, when he attended the annual Christmas party. He knew she'd fit right in with his team and their wives. Like he could, from day one, in a way that never made any sense. He could see her in his bed every morning, waking up sleepy and satisfied, just like he did this morning. Yeah, Lottie, I can. You're crazy, she said sharply, with her back to him. Needing to feel her, he closed the distance. I am crazy. Crazy about you. Chapter 7. 100 words hung on Lottie's tongue. Her heart leapt at the possibilities of a relationship with Hunt. She wanted him, and she wanted to trust that everything could work out, but nothing was ever that easy. Having no shields against him anymore, she refused to look away from the window, staring out at nothing. You're not seeing things straight, she told him adamantly. His intensity burned at her back. Why? He sounded closer now. Because the second anyone finds out about my past, it'll hurt your career. She knew the moment he closed in on her back, the strength behind her brushing against her flesh, raising goosebumps. She shivered as he said, Are you protecting me, Lottie? He said her name so surely, like it didn't matter what she was called before, like he knew her wholly, Lottie, like she was the only one who mattered, and her heart melted under the truth in that. His body pressed against hers, his hard cock, that she'd seen was big, rested against her bottom. Heat flared from the tips of her toes to her head and pooled deliciously low in her body. Lottie, he said firmly, his breath brushing over her ear. Her eyes fluttered and she moaned at the pleasure his voice promised, but she forced herself to turn to face him. Desire-filled eyes met hers. I don't want to ruin you. What ruins me is not being allowed to touch you. He slid his hand across her cheek, tangling his fingers into her hair. She began to lose herself at the tight grip. He leaned in closer, nearly brushing his lips with hers. What ruins me is watching another man taste you. He leaned in, his breath scenting of beer and of him, musk and man, filling the air between them. What ruins me is knowing I want you and not being allowed to have you. Hunt, she whispered. So much could go wrong. How about you let me worry about that? His lips met hers, and she had a second to remember that her past made it impossible for her to be with a cop, until he slid his tongue between her lips, swiping up to the roof of her mouth and then sucking on her bottom lip, reminding her of just how talented his mouth was elsewhere. He kissed her until she couldn't think straight. He kissed her until her knees went weak. He kissed her breathless. Only then did he lean away and murmur against her lips, "Tell me one thing." "What is that?" she breathed. He nibbled his way along her cheek to her neck. She angled her head, giving him further access, squeezing her thighs together, desperate for the friction. "The show's in Phoenix." "Mm-hmm," she moaned, as his tongue flicked out at the sweet spot on the base of her neck. "It's me, isn't it?" He nipped at her shoulder, igniting her desperate shudder. "What's you?" she rasped. He kissed his way back up her neck, stopping at her ear, and murmured, "When someone else is fucking you, you're imagining it's me, aren't you?" She snapped her eyes open, freezing under that truth. His low chuckle brushed across her, then she met his burning stare. "You think I didn't know?" She parted her lips, only a squeak escaping. His strong fingers brushed against her face, making her feel safer than she ever had in her life. "You think I didn't see the way you'd look at me right after you'd come? That I never saw the yearning cross your face when you'd remember it wasn't me who made you fall apart?" Intensity burned across his features, deepening his voice. "You think I never saw sadness cross your face when you realized you weren't mine and I wasn't yours?" Her heart lodged into her throat. "Hunt," she whispered. His gaze held hers intently, passionately, deeper than anyone had ever looked at her. "I'm done running from what's between us. Whatever stands between us, we'll fucking crash through it until it's gone." The safety of his hold promised her a million things, things she wanted so badly. She wanted to lose herself entirely, to forget that everything could go so terribly wrong. She wanted for once in her life to be blindly happy. "Stop overthinking this," he nearly growled, brushing his lips across hers. "It's simple. Do you want me?" She didn't even have to hesitate. "Yes." He smiled against her mouth. "Then trust me that I can handle whatever is thrown my way. Can you do that?" Everything suddenly did seem so simple. She did want Hunt. She wanted him so badly it made her burn for him. "Yes, I can." "Then you are mine, and I am yours?" She couldn't fight it. Not under the fear of Leo's arrival in New York City. Not under the pure terror that he might be coming for her. Not with the truth now laid out before them. She could no longer fight against her heart. "Yes, Hunt, you are mine, and I am yours." A blinding smile crossed his face before his lips crashed onto hers as he lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bed. Of all the times she imagined Hunt taking her for the first time, she pictured his touches being rough, filled with passion and intensity, punishing her with hard thrusts for making him wait, for keeping the truth from him. But Hunt surprised her. In her room, through the fiery kisses, he removed her blouse, then her jeans, and her lingerie soon followed. His clothing vanished not long after. He only broke away to apply a condom, and then his mouth met hers again. Lifting her in his arms, he laid her out on the bed, covering her body with his. She never knew how much she needed his strength atop her until she felt the swell of relief that followed. He ran his hand up her thigh, bringing up her leg and tucking it around his hip, while his kiss left her mouth to travel to her neck, to her collarbone, down to her breast, where he sucked the bud to the roof of his mouth. She moaned, dragging her hands down the ripples of muscles along his flexing back until she reached his buttock. She gripped the hard muscle, lifting her hips and tightening her leg around him, kneading him closer. He groaned and shifted his hips, and she shuddered against the feel of him at her entrance. With a final kiss on her neck, he lifted his head and met her gaze. She felt her guard blast away under the tender affection on his face. He stared at her deeply as he pressed forward and then halted. That's when she understood. Tonight wasn't about playful sex. It wasn't about multiple orgasms. It was about the connection they'd longed to have. And now, with him slowly entering her, she felt his claim on her and her claim on him. Her chin fell back at the pleasure as he withdrew and then entered her in one swift stroke, all the way to the hilt. Again he slowly pulled out, inch by inch, dragging through her before he thrust forward. Digging her nails into his back, she moaned against the pleasure. Fingers suddenly tightened on her chin. "Look at me, Lottie." In the haze of the pleasure, she forced her eyes open. Intensity roared across his features. "Never stop looking at me." "I never will," she rasped. She kept her promise through every hard thrust, every slice of pleasure threatening to blind her. She wiggled and squirmed, hanging on the edge, taken higher and higher yet. The smirk filling his face told her he liked it too, that he knew exactly how to leave her hanging, to make the pleasure build and build, leaving her shaking around his thick cock inside her. His plan became all too clear. Draw her climax out, make her wait, like she'd made him wait. But he wasn't the only one who'd watched. She'd seen Hunt's face contort in pleasure during his shows. She knew what made his mouth fall open as pleasure washed across his features, and she was well-versed in what sent Hunt's control shattering. Slipping her hand behind their bodies, she cupped his sack, relishing in his deep shudder and low moan. He thrust forward, hard, and as he did, she squeezed. His head dropped, his teeth taking hold of her shoulder, and his gravelly moan tightened her core as he unleashed himself. Hard thrusts led to blinding pleasure. When he eventually roared against the orgasm, she finally let go, and as he bucked and jerked his pleasure, she soared alongside him. Many, many minutes later, Hunt found his way back from the darkness where the pleasure sent him. He chuckled to himself. He thought he'd had Lottie beat, but clearly he hadn't been the only one paying attention during the shows. He couldn't remember coming that hard in his life. As he lay on the mattress, Hunt knew he could get used to this. Sex in a bed, not in Phoenix. Lottie draped over him, satisfied and lazily dragging her fingers along his chest. "You're really not upset with me?" she eventually asked, breaking the comfortable silence. "Why would I be upset by the fact that you've got secrets?" he asked. "Secrets kept you safe and got you away from your family, a family that got your mother killed. Your family is what it is. You can't change what you're born into, but you can change the situation, and you did that." Her finger stroked lower over the ridges of his stomach muscles. "I guess, but are you honestly not worried that you'll be judged by who my family is? On paper, we don't make sense. I don't see how you can't be thinking of that. It's all I've thought about." Christ, he liked that she protected him. Probably a little too much. "Lottie, it took a very skilled private investigator, the best I've ever seen, to find out your true identity. Why would anyone I work with ever find that out? She paused. Then she said softly, because the threat of my brothers outing me is very real. Look at this situation. You might not be able to control what is found out and what is not. Whatever is found out, whatever is not, doesn't matter, he told her. Whatever happens, we face it, together. End of story. She leaned up on his chest, gave him a cute little glare. Do you really think you'll keep getting promoted up the ranks if your girlfriend is related to the family of one of the biggest drug operations in Chicago? He got her worry, he did, but in the force there are dirty cops. There are wives that have cheated, husbands that have cheated. There are cops who make bad decisions every single day. Those are the things people frown upon. If someone punishes you for the actions of your family, then they are not our people and will not be in our lives. I don't give a fuck what they think. She stared at him for a long moment, hesitation written all over her face. You want to become police chief one day. I've heard you talk about it. You're right, I do, he agreed, running his fingers along her spine. Don't you see the problem there? She countered. Stuff like this always has a way of coming out. He cupped her chin, drawing her gaze to his. You're acting like you're a drug dealer yourself, are you? She snorted a laugh. Of course not. Then we'll tell people who matter the most, my superiors, the truth of the situation when the time comes. I'm not saying we should hide it. I'm saying we deal with it. Leaning forward, he kissed the worry spot on her brow. Not that I think we need to, by the way, but if this is truly a concern, then let's put it to bed. Trust me, this will not be a problem. Her expression told him she didn't believe him, but she let it go and said, Leo will hurt you if you get in the way of what he wants. Staring into her soul through her eyes, he dragged his fingers along her jaw. Is that what really worries you? Well, that and you putting your career on the line. How sweet was she? He cupped her cheek, relishing in how she leaned into his touch. He'd waited for this moment. Fuck, he'd fought for this moment. Nothing would get in the way of them now. I think you're forgetting I deal with criminals every day, Lottie. I'll be careful. She nibbled her lip for a moment, but eventually moved along, obviously trusting him, and said, more of a statement than a question. Archer revoked my membership. For now, I'm afraid he's left with little choice, he explained gently, resting his arm behind his head. I'd put my money on him being more pissed that his vetting didn't reveal your past than him being upset with you. But he also knows he has Elise now vetting members, and this would never happen again. She quieted, resting her chin on her folded hands on his chest, drawn into herself for a long moment. I'll need to talk with him and Therese. I need to explain. I just hope they can forgive me. They need to understand, that's all, Hunt said to reassure her. He knew his friends, and he knew once they understood that Lottie wasn't a liar, but that she was afraid and hiding from very dangerous people, they would forgive her. Do you need Phoenix to support yourself financially? She shook her head. Phoenix paid for my condo, and the rest I'm saving for school and the clinic. I can live on what I make from dog walking. It's just... You're going to miss it, he offered. She nodded. Phoenix is a part of me now. The sex, the fantasies, the adventure. I don't even know what it'll be like to not be there. He saw her swallow and understood. He'd feel like something was missing if he didn't have Phoenix. Do you ever think they'll let me back in? That I don't know, he told her honestly, not sugarcoating it. The choice remains with Reese. But what I do know is that Reese, Zoe, Archer, Elise, Kieran, and Hazel are all your friends regardless of if you're in the club. They're not going to abandon you once they understand all this." He ran his hand down her back and gave her ass a hard squeeze. "Besides, I plan to keep your nights busy enough you won't be missing Phoenix." She laughed softly, and the sweet sound eased the tightness in his chest. "It must feel good this is all out in the open now," he said. "I'm not really quite sure how I feel right now, other than raw." He got that, but didn't feel the need to comment and stayed silent. She took his hint and pressed forward. "How do you think Elise found out about my past when a hacker buried it?" Hunt sighed deeply, letting his hand fall to her arm. "I suspect she herself has a very talented hacker in her pocket." "You think?" "Yeah, there's no other way she'd get the information she does without one. We don't discuss it. Some things are better left unsaid between us, especially if they tiptoe the line of the law." "I guess that makes sense." Her hair fell over her shoulder as she tilted her head, watching her finger trailing over his abdominal muscles, lost in her thoughts. He let the silence fall between them, giving her this moment to sort through her emotions. He couldn't imagine how fast her head was spinning. He wasn't particularly thrilled when she finally broke the silence and said, "I'm going to get Elise to find a way to contact my brother tomorrow, to arrange a meeting." Hunt's fingers froze along her spine. "You've already told me he's dangerous, so why go out of your way to see him?" She heaved a long sigh. "I want to know what he wants. If he wants the money back, I have it in my bank account. Like you said, we have to deal with this. I don't want to run anymore." Hating this idea wholeheartedly, Hunt shifted onto his side and leaned his head on his hand, needing her direct eye contact. "It's not a good idea to meet with him until you know what he's after." She watched him in a way he had never seen, and it made his blood go cold. Haunted eyes stared back at him, eyes that had seen far too much, far too young. "If Leo wanted to hurt me, I'd already be dead." Hunt pushed up into a sitting position. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" Lottie sat up too, pulling the sheet with her, covering her chest. "No, but it's true nonetheless. My brothers are bad, bad guys. They don't fuck around. There's something they want, and it's better for me to find out what it is and give it to them before this gets dragged on." Instead of shutting this down immediately, Hunt considered this from every angle. Her safety was his only priority. "What was your relationship with your brothers like when you lived in Chicago?" "They were classic big brothers for as long as I could remember," she said, the tiniest hint of a smile on her face. "Protective, loyal, treated me like I was a princess." "But something changed?" "I grew up," she explained, her hair falling over her shoulder again, drawing Hunt's focus to how mind-blowingly beautiful she was, until she added, "When I realized the crimes they were involved in, things between us became strained. They didn't understand why I hated what they did." He didn't even want to ask. "Did they ever get rough with you back then?" She adamantly shook her head. "No, never, nothing like that. There was just this divide that I'm sure they felt too. So many secrets lived between us that we became people living in the same house who barely knew each other. But my mom held everything together. Then she was murdered." She visibly swallowed, then nodded. "Yeah, our family unraveled after she died. I didn't want to die too." Her vulnerability hit him hard in the chest. Needing her warmth, he cupped her cheek. "You're so fucking brave. To leave, knowing that if you were caught, you'd get killed. To start over in a huge city, knowing no one. You're an amazing woman, Lottie." She gave a small, sad smile. "You say brave, I say terrified." "Fear isn't always a bad thing. It probably saved your life," he countered. But what you did was brave. Tell yourself that. Their gazes held for a beat. Then she gave a firm nod. Keep telling yourself until you believe it, he told her, lifting her hand to kiss her palm. He'd fought so hard to have Lottie in his life. While his instincts wanted to shield her, he wanted this cleaned up, too. He grabbed his cell off the nightstand and fired off a text to Elise. What's the chances you could get Leo's phone number? Elise responded, I'll have it for you by morning. You're the best. We'll have your brother's phone number by the morning, he said, sliding his phone back on the nightstand. For this meeting tomorrow, I'm coming with you. Never going to happen, she snapped, firmly shaking her head. There is no way in hell I'm letting you get involved more than you already are. Lottie? Her eyes flared. No, Hunt, not negotiable. He watched her closely, realized again she was trying to protect him. Christ, he liked that. Didn't mean he'd put up with it, though. She squeaked as he gathered her in his arms, scooting her beneath him. What are you doing? She laughed up at him. Oh, he pressed a kiss to her cheek, her neck, her collarbone, feeling her melt beneath his hands. I've got ways of convincing you that my way is the best way. He curled his tongue around her taut nipple, and she lifted her hips, rubbing her sex against him, hardening his cock so fast he groaned. He nipped the bud, smiling to himself as she arched her back. You have one thing working against you. He dragged his tongue down the center of her stomach. What's that? She rasped, circling her hips. Lowering himself between her thighs, he met her gaze drenched in lust. I know this body. I've studied it. I've watched every single thing that makes you squirm, and all the things that make you come, and I will use that to my advantage. He kissed her inner thigh gently, then the other. Hunt, she gasped, arching her back, as he blew gently across her sex. Slowly he licked over her hot flesh, teasingly, lightly dragging his tongue along the silky wetness of her lower lips until he reached her clit, never giving her what she wanted, staying near the bud but never connecting. You know what I want, he told her. What do you want, Lottie? She shivered, her chest rising and falling with her heavy breaths, her fingers threading in his hands, tugging him closer. Your tongue, damn it. He chuckled, and again he blew on her hot slit, feeling the tremble of her legs against his arms. When her breath hitched, he flicked his tongue against her clit, and she bucked against him, but cried out in frustration as he pulled away. Fine, you can come tomorrow, she said roughly. Then she lifted her head, eyes blazing, her hands pulling his face closer. You played dirty. Yeah, I do, and you fucking like it. He dipped his tongue inside her, and her answering moan told him he was right. Chapter 8. The package came from your father's lawyer, Hunt said, as they stepped into her condo after her morning dog walks. Lottie processed what she'd heard. Then she repeated the words back to herself again. Elise found that out? Shutting the door behind him, he nodded and shoved his phone back into his pocket. She got a copy of your father's last will and testament. Upon his death, the box was to be sent to you. So the lawyer found me? Elise said a PI out in Chicago did, Hunt explained, moving toward the kitchen and fetching glasses out of the cupboard. He poured them both a glass of water. Turning to her, he offered her a glass. Obviously, Elise isn't the only one with a good hacker on her team. Damn, Lottie said. Can Elise... It's not something we can discuss, Hunt said. But knowing Elise, I would imagine she's already ensured that Marissa Ricci cannot be found again. Lottie exhaled a long breath of release. Even on the dog walk, she was looking over her shoulder, seeing if Leo was following. She saw Hunt doing the same. He hadn't said a word on their walk, always on guard. Last night he'd slipped his gun into the nightside table. All of this grated on her last nerve. She thought she'd left all this behind a long time ago. She'd moved on. With frustration simmering red hot, she took a long gulp of her water. Her earlier conclusion was only firmed further. The box must be meaningful. Something of my mother's, or maybe her parents', I don't know. Possibly, Hunt said, after polishing off his drink and depositing the glass in the sink. He moved closer. But my gut tells me there's more to it than that. She felt clueless as she stepped into his open arms. His warm safeness wrapped tightly around her, and she shut her eyes, feeling weight leave her shoulders. The only other time she felt this secure was when her mother would hold her, just like this. Knowing she needed strength to face her brother, she stepped back. We should go. Hunt placed a strong hand on her lower back, drawing her close again. I'll be with you. In typical Hunt style, he stayed true to his word as they left her condo a few minutes later. She walked ahead of him out of her building, but he stayed close while she got on the subway. In awe of him, she noticed the shift in his demeanor, the cop blending into the crowd around him, like he hadn't blown apart her idea of good sex last night and this morning. No sex would ever compare to Hunt's hands on her. Nothing would ever be the same again. She believed that down to her bones. When she journeyed up the subway stairs after reaching their stop, she couldn't help but let herself feel happy. She'd never had anyone fight for her like Hunt fought for her. She had Nessa's friendship, but what she had with Hunt was so different. Almost like their souls had met in another time, and together was the only place that made sense. When she finally entered the restaurant 10 minutes later, Hunt was not far behind and headed to the bar, ordering up a drink. The restaurant was a trendy place. White walls gave a plain backdrop, but the plants spread out among the room brought life and color. People sat around small circular tables on light gray fabric-covered chairs. Nerves rattled her as she checked in with the hostess, but she forced her chin high as she was led to a table in the middle of the restaurant. To calm herself, she ordered a glass of red wine, and by the time the waitress delivered it, she spotted not only Leo but also Mateo striding toward her. Fear skirted through her. When her gaze fell on Mateo, sadness followed, as they'd always been close growing up. Women loved her brothers, and Lottie did understand why. Over 6'2", they were well-built and handsome, in a rough kind of way. They shared their father's brown eyes, but Mateo had the same brown shade of hair color like their mother, while Leo was blonder, the same color as their dad. Well, 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 Leo said, taking a seat directly across from her. I have to admit, I wasn't convinced it was actually you that texted. Of course it was me, she said, ensuring her hand did not shake as she took a sip of her dry wine. Mateo leaned his arms against the table and looked at her through his thick lashes that most women would die to have. You look well, sis, he said. Thanks, she said, forcing her shoulders back. Do not show them weakness, Hunt had told her this morning. I am doing well. Leo whistled, eyes bristling with an emotion Lottie couldn't quite read. Looks like you've got yourself quite the life here in the Big Apple. Before Lottie could answer, the pretty, busty waitress sidled up to the table and took her brother's drink orders, then asked, Would you like anything off the menu? We're not eating, Lottie interjected, before anyone else could respond. Thank you. The waitress gathered up the menus and left to fetch their drinks, not before her gaze lingered on Leo. When it was just the three of them again, Lottie finally answered Leo. I do have a great life here, a life I love, which leads me to my next question. Why are you here in the city? Leo and Mateo shared a long, unreadable look before Leo leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. He had some wrinkles under his eyes that had never been there before, and the darkness of them looked far more haunted. "Did you hear Dad died?" he asked. "I only heard about his passing yesterday," she answered honestly. "From the newspaper?" Mateo asked. "No, I wish that's how I learned of it," she snipped. "I found out because you broke into my condo." If Leo was surprised, he didn't show it. A slow smile spread across his face. "Clever girl." The waitress appeared then, placing her brother's beer bottles in front of them. "Let me know if you need anything else." Leo winked, giving her a salacious grin. "I'll be sure to, darlin'." Color rushed into the woman's face, and she smiled sensually, offering him as much with a single look before heading off. "I see some things haven't changed at all," Lottie said, rolling her eyes. Her brother treated women horribly. He'd never had a long-term relationship, and the girlfriends he did have had to be all right with him having side pieces, too. Leo grabbed his beer and tipped it at her. But I see some things have changed." He chugged back half the bottle before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand that had a skull tattoo. "Our dear little beloved sister stealing our money and vanishing into thin air. Who would have guessed?" She forced her hands still on the table, not giving him the satisfaction of seeing her squirm. "Am I supposed to apologize for that?" "Fuck yeah," Leo snapped. "You stole from the family." Mateo finished his sip of beer and placed the bottle on the table. "It wasn't right, Lottie. Dad wasn't right after you left." She felt her lip curl. "Well, I wasn't the same after I watched my mother get shot in the head, so I'd say we're even." Lottie reached for her glass of wine, taking a sip. "Stay calm." Her gaze fell to Hunt once, the only time she'd allow, so her brothers wouldn't notice him. He sat on the stool with his back to her, but she found his eyes locked onto hers in the mirror. Leo spun his bottle between his thumb and finger, arching an eyebrow. "Doesn't change the fact that you should have never stolen the money." "Is that why you're here?" she asked breezily. "I have the money. Do you want it back?" Leo's nostrils flared. "I have more money than I need." Slowly he leaned forward and snarled, "You think you can just walk away from the family?" Suddenly it occurred to her how quiet the restaurant had become. They were drawing attention from the people closest to their table. "I did walk away," she said. "It's done. I haven't seen any of you in 7 years. Why dig this back up?" Leo got closer to her face. "Where is your honor, Marissa? What the fuck happened to you?" Lottie refused to flinch. She leaned in closer, her hands beginning to shake. "I watched a bullet shatter my mother's face, Leo. That's what fucking happened." She tried to control the fury burning up her blood, but failed miserably. "I don't want any part of what you're all involved in. It's what got her killed." Mateo slowly shook his head, placing his beer back on the table. "That's enough," he ground out. "Leo, ask her what you wanted to ask her, and let's go." Leo glared at his younger brother, a vein protruding in the middle of his forehead, looking a moment away from bursting. Mateo held firm, his posture easy and lax. He'd always been the one with common sense. He didn't harbor the anger that Leo seemed born with. Anger from growing up in a world of violence and crime. A world that he probably protected Mateo from ever having to face himself. Leo said, "Dad said you have something of his. I want it." "That's why you broke into my house?" she asked through gritted teeth. "Why didn't you just ask me, instead of destroying my place?" Leo arched an eyebrow. "You have no loyalty. You can't be trusted." She snorted a laugh. "That's rich, coming from a criminal." Leo's hand shot out, grasping her arm, tight. She flinched at the pain shooting up to her shoulder. Before Dad took his last breath, he told me you have evidence that could ruin our family. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lottie gasped, breathing past the agony. The only thing I got was a wooden memory box from Dad when he died. It came from his lawyer. It's a memory box and a note from him talking about how he regrets losing me. That's it. Leo bared his teeth, his fingers squeezing until tears rose to her eyes. He growled, "Don't fucking lie to me." "Just tell him, Marissa," Mateo added gently. "Tell him what you have and where we can find it. Then we'll leave New York City and never come back. It's that simple." "My name isn't Marissa anymore, and I already told you I don't have anything," she shot back, cringing as Leo's hold somehow tightened further. "I haven't seen any of you since I left home. Why do you think I would have something?" Spittle formed in the corner of Leo's mouth. "Because Dad told me that you will be the end to our family." "I don't know why he'd say that," she flinched, recoiling from the bite of his hold. "I know nothing. I haven't been home since Mom died. I hadn't even spoken to him before he died." "Bullshit," Leo snarled. She tried to get away, but his fingers tightened and tightened until a whimper escaped her lips. "Remove your fucking hand." Lottie nearly cried out in relief as the punishing hold vanished. She rubbed her arm, easing the throbbing, quickly glancing up at Hunt, finding him glaring at her brother. Looking at him now, it occurred to her she'd never seen this side of Hunt, the hard, take-no-shit cop. Far too calmly, Hunt placed his badge on the table and said, "It's time for you to go." The only thing stopping Hunt from reaching across the table and slamming Lottie's brother's face into the wood was his oath to his badge. Leo's gaze flicked upward and held. Tension simmered like an elastic ready to snap, until Leo laughed darkly at Lottie. "You're dating a fucking cop?" he sneered. Conversations among the customers suddenly halted. All movement went still. Hunt sensed the eyes on them, watching this unfold. Cautious of his every move, he said, "Last warning. Leave now, or I'll take you in for assault." Leo's chair rocked back as he assessed Hunt. "Marissa wouldn't dare press charges against me." A slow, cruel smile spread across his face as he narrowed his eyes on Lottie. "Would you, dear sister?" Hunt stretched out his fingers again, calming the race of his heartbeat. The younger brother seemed quieter, more reserved, and a follower. But Leo was someone he didn't want anywhere near Lottie. It didn't occur to him until this moment how truly fearless she was. Leo would terrify grown men, and Lottie had stolen from him to get away. It confirmed how truly bad the situation must have been. The glass shattered behind the table. Hunt couldn't tear his gaze away from Lottie as she continued to rub her arm, pain radiating on her face. "Just go, Leo. I've told you the truth. I have no idea what Dad was talking about. My life is here. I want nothing to do with either of you. I don't intend to do anything but live my life as peacefully as possible." Mateo looked from Leo to Hunt and then rose, slapping Leo on his back. "We don't want trouble." Of both brothers, Hunt suspected Leo ran whatever operation they were into and made all the calls. There was a ruthlessness about Leo that Mateo simply didn't have. Hunt had caught Mateo looking at Lottie with longing when Leo wasn't paying attention. It was obvious he missed his baby sister, and Hunt wondered if Mateo had wanted out of crime, just as Lottie had, but hadn't been brave enough to leave. Christ, he was so damn proud of her. Leo cracked his knuckles and slowly rose, staring down at Lottie with ire burning across his features. "Be well, sister. I'm sure I'll see you again soon." I'd advise against it, Hunt stated firmly. It didn't surprise him in the least that Leo chuckled in response and turned away, with Mateo following. The moment the door shut behind them, Hunt took Lottie's hand on her uninjured arm, keeping her close as they settled up the bill. He stayed silent, intent on not making more of a scene, until they left the restaurant. He scanned the street, but her brothers had left, so he tucked them safely around the side of the building. Turning back to Lottie, he met her eyes, fraught with worry. "Are you all right?" he asked, cupping her cheek. She nodded, glancing at her arm. "These aren't the first bruises he's given me." "I thought you said he's never hurt you," Hunt said. "Was that not true?" "He's never hurt me," she said. "He grabs when he's mad." "Anyone who leaves a bruise on you is hurting you, Lottie," Hunt said through gritted teeth, before he wrapped her in his arms, holding her tight. "Jesus, what you went through, having to deal with him. Fuck, Lottie, I wish I'd been there to help you." Before he knew the truth about her past, he wanted her close. Now the need to keep her safe engulfed him, making his head cloudy. She sank into his hold, and the tension slowly began to leave his body as she softened against him. "Did you hear what he said? That I've got something that is going to take down the family?" "I did," Hunt said. "You can't think of anything?" "Nothing," she said, trembling in his arms. "If there was something, I'd have given it to him." Hunt tightened his arms around her and promised, "We'll find out what Leo's after and get them out of your life. For good." Her silence spoke of her disbelief. The world was a blur around them until his ringing cell phone pulled them away from each other. He cursed, dragging his phone from his pocket, until he saw that it was Kieran calling. "Hey," Hunt said, keeping his arm around Lottie. "What's up?" "Hey," Kieran replied. "Got some news." "Please tell me it's good news," Hunt said. "It is. Hazel's in labor. Not sure how much longer it'll be, but things are progressing well now. Everyone is at Archer and Elise's. Thought you might want to head over there, too. I'll call as soon as I've got news." Hunt's heart leapt into his throat. "That's better than good news. That's exciting news. Lottie just has to walk some dogs, and then we'll head over to Archer's. Please give Hazel our love. Very excited for you, man." "Thanks," Kieran said. A low moan, followed by Hazel screaming Kieran's name, sounded before the line went dead. "Hazel's in labor," Hunt said, sliding the phone back into his pocket. Lottie's eyes went wide. "Really? Oh my gosh, that is exciting news." Hunt agreed with a nod. "Everyone's at Archer and Elise's waiting for the news. We need to look into your brother more, but good news is good news. Up for a visit after your walk?" Lottie nibbled her lip and paused, a hesitation that Hunt fully understood. Lottie was no longer a Phoenix member. She had lied to all of these people. "They're all going to forgive you, Lottie," he said gently, stroking her cheek. "They're your friends. They only need to understand." "Okay," she finally relented. "Let's get the walk done, and then we'll go." Overwrought with concern over her very dangerous brother, he placed his hand on the small of her back and guided her down the street toward the subway back to Soho. Hunt kept his focus on the cars on the road, on the pedestrians, on anyone who might follow them, for the entire way back to her neighborhood, then again on the hour-and-a-half-long walk as she took her afternoon group of dogs out. He didn't relax fully until they arrived at Archer and Elise's. Only then did the tension fade from his shoulders when he heard Zoe say from the kitchen, "You're Lottie. You've always been Lottie. That's all that matters to me." "Really?" Lottie replied. Elise said, "I totally agree. You ran away from some very bad people. I don't hold that against you. Besides, I imagine trusting people is hard for you, so it would be difficult to open up. You did what you had to do to survive." A long pause, then Lottie's voice shook with obvious tears. "You don't hate me?" "How could we hate you?" Zoe said. "You welcomed us into Phoenix with open arms and made us comfortable. I, for one, will love you for that forever." Me too, Elise said. Nothing has changed. You will never be anyone other than Lottie to me. The silence that followed, then turned into soft laughter, told Hunt they had embraced and had given Lottie forgiveness. Only then did the remaining tension fade from his shoulders. Seated on a patio chair, Hunt watched Lottie pour something into a bowl, laughing at whatever Elise and Zoe were talking about through the window. Even from where he sat, he could see the beginnings of a bruise, her skin red where her brother had gripped her arm. "You look miserable," Reese said. Hunt took a long sip of his whiskey, meeting Reese's gray eyes. Owner of Phoenix, Reese had money. Though Reese never was flashy about his wealth, he had an air about him, the prestige that came from old money. "I feel miserable," Hunt replied. Reese's gaze fell to his wife, Zoe, whose strawberry blonde hair was pulled up, and her hazel eyes were as sunny as ever, before he focused on Lottie through the window. "Archer told me that you and Lottie are together now." Hunt agreed with a nod, the ice clinking in his glass as he circled his wrist with his other hand. "Things with Lottie and I are not the problem." Reese's hand carved through his jet-black hair. "Then what is the problem?" "Her fucking brothers," he explained. "They're trouble. Not anyone I want Lottie near. Fuck, not anyone we want close to any of us." Sitting next to Reese, Archer asked, "How dangerous are we talking here?" "Doesn't get more dangerous than the older brother, Leo," Hunt said through gritted teeth. He sank back against his chair, crossed an ankle over his knee. Sipping his whiskey, he couldn't tear his eyes off Lottie. The yearning to protect had been ingrained into him, but this felt different. This felt personal. He blinked away when she vanished from the window. To his friends, he said, "She's brave as shit, I'll tell you that. The fact that she grew up with these people and had the balls to steal that money to get out of that life." He slowly shook his head in awe of her. "That she had the strength to do that amazes me." Reese cocked his head. "It was that bad?" "Yeah, it's that bad," Hunt confirmed. "She deserves to tell her own story, but it doesn't get much worse." Archer finished his sip of his whiskey and put it down on the table next to him. "I suppose I can understand why she'd keep her past a secret." Reese laughed quietly, dropping an arm over the back of his chair. "Stop letting it ruffle your feathers that she got past your vetting. We've got a better system in place now. Lottie joined the club a long time ago." Hunt watched his good friend closely, but swore he was reading Reese right. "You're not pissed at her?" "No, I'm not." Reese's gaze fell onto Zoe again as she passed by the open window, the women's laughter flowing out. "Lottie's a good woman. I realize things are not always black and white. We need to talk, but we'll get through this." Hunt smiled his relief. "I'm glad you see it that way." The thought of returning to Phoenix without Lottie sickened him. He wouldn't have gone back without her, and Phoenix was as much in his blood as it was in Lottie's. To Archer, he asked, "What about you?" "I don't like being lied to," Archer said firmly. His nostrils flared once before he sighed dejectedly. "But in this case, Reese is right. Lottie's a friend. And from what you say, there's a good reason she wouldn't want people to know the truth. I'll hear her out." Hunt acknowledged their opinions with a nod. "Tonight I'll get the mugshots of Lottie's brothers. Just keep an eye out for them. Until we know what they're after, they're a ticking time bomb." Archer nodded. "I'll get Elise to dig deeper, too." The women's laughter flowed out again as Reese leaned forward, his whiskey glass dangling from his hands. "You're that worried about them?" Hunt nodded. "Yeah, I am." Archer asked, "This isn't something you should get involved in." His badge would be on the line. "I'm aware." "Good. I'm glad you're accepting that," Archer said. "Give me the mugshots, then leave this alone. I'll take it on." Archer had Ronan and Hawk, both retired Navy SEALs. They could handle this, but You can run point on them, but Lottie, she's mine to worry about. It's a risk being involved with criminals, Archer pressed, a muscle in his jaw twitching. Plus, you're involved with someone who has fake identification. If you don't get involved, you can play dumb. Where Lottie is involved, it's a risk I'm willing to take. Hunt's ringing phone cut off what Archer was going to say. He hurriedly grabbed it from his pocket. Kieran, he said, jumping to his feet. He's here, Kieran said, emotion cracking his voice. He's here, Hunt. We're on our way. Chapter 9. Timothy Gavin Black, Kieran said, holding the sleeping newborn, swaddled in a blue blanket, his eyes shining. Feeling like an intruder in a very private moment between deeply close friends, Lottie stayed back near the door as the friends circled around Kieran, celebrating a new little one into their found family. While Elise and Zoe had forgiven her and understood, Lottie hadn't made peace with Reese and Archer yet, and neither of them had paid her much attention at the house except to say hello. Suddenly she realized Hazel was watching her, lying in the hospital bed, her light brown hair up in a messy bun, her light blue eyes understandably tired. Congratulations. Thanks, Hazel smiled softly, the type of smile that let Lottie know she still belonged. Lottie smiled back, hoping Hazel saw her appreciation of her friendship, before Hazel smiled back at her husband and everyone doting on her new baby. Lottie's heart flip-flopped as Hunt took the baby from Kieran and kissed the baby's head. He looked so comfortable with the infant in his arms, and Lottie's stomach took a nosedive. She'd never considered children, not with her family. She'd been raised in hell. Never would she do that to another child. But unexpected warmth touched her chest as Hunt smiled down at the baby, pure joy on his face. The excitement in the voices around her became a hum in her ears as he shared in Kieran and Hazel's happiness. For as long as Lottie had fought to stay ahead of her emotions, she knew she'd let them win over logic. With her brothers now in New York City and angry as hell, Lottie realized her grave mistake. She'd brought danger to the lives of everyone in this room. She shouldn't have come. She shouldn't let her brothers know they even existed. With the air evaporating from the room, she, as silently as she could, headed out the door and back into the maternity's hallway. How could she let this happen? She was putting them all at risk. When she finally reached the outdoors, she found a circular metal table with seats attached. She headed for the railing where hanging flower baskets hung every few feet apart. Knowing that her brothers could never find her here, she tipped her head back and breathed deep. Because Dad told me that you will be the end to our family. What had her father meant? Babies aren't your thing? Startled, she glanced back, finding Reese standing behind her. I like babies. It's just... The words she needed to find were out of reach. She finally decided on... With everything going on, it's safer for me not to be around Hazel and the baby right now. I shouldn't have come here. I'm sorry I didn't realize that sooner. Reese gave a slight nod of understanding. He joined her at the railing, resting his arms atop, staring out at the view of the city skyline. Tell me one thing, he eventually asked. She turned to face him, and he asked, Are you okay? The question was so Reese. He always seemed concerned for her well-being, ever since the first night she'd stepped into his club. She'd never thought fondly of men until she met Reese and his inner circle of friends. I'm okay, she answered truthfully. Then she realized she shouldn't have answered so quickly. Or I should say, I think I'm okay. I really don't know what my brothers want, and that's really scary. Reese agreed with a nod. Hunt is worried. I know. I'm worried. I knew the risk was always there that they'd come find me, but I lost sight of that. Staring out at the busy street ahead, she sighed. I didn't want any of this. I thought I'd left my old life behind. Reese stayed silent a moment before he glanced sidelong. You don't owe me a damn thing, Lottie. You never have to tell me what happened. But I hope you know that I'm here for you. Everyone is. She stared into the warmth of Reese's wise gray eyes, sensing the strong friendship between them. Her choice came easy. She opened her mouth and her truth spilled out, just like it had with Hunt. Leaving nothing out, she bared all her scars. By the time she finished, Reese watched her with a gleam in his eye. Hunt said you were brave. Now I see what he meant. I know he wants me to feel brave, but I don't feel brave. I was desperate to stay alive, and now I feel selfish that I let anyone in closer than I should have. I don't want any of you involved in this, and now Hunt is, and Archer and Elise. No one else. While the worry remained, her breathing came easier, a lie between them now erased. One that she had wanted gone for so long, felt like a heavy blanket removed, just like that. We can't leave here together. I don't want anyone to see us together, just in case. I think that's wise, Reese agreed. Movement over her shoulder caught her eye. Another couple came outside, walking the patio, the woman in obvious early labor. Lottie glanced at Reese, who was watching her carefully. I'm sorry that I never told you the truth, especially after we became friends. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I'm just glad to know you, he said. The real you. After a firm squeeze, he laced his fingers together again. I'm not upset with you, and I feel how Zoe feels. You've always been Lottie to me. Nothing will change that. You're not upset? She asked, baffled. He seemed to choose his words carefully. I don't tolerate lying in the club, but I knew the moment I found out you'd have a good explanation, and you do. He hesitated, staring intently before adding, You feared for your life, Lottie. You're not the criminal here. Let's not forget that. She looked out to the skyline again, the sun glistening off the skyscrapers. Archer's upset. You're right, he is upset, Reese said with a soft laugh. He's pissed that someone was able to bury your identity, and he couldn't fish it out. But he'll get past this once he lets his ego go, and realizes this has nothing to do with him, and everything to do with the technology we had at our disposal when you joined. We've got a better system now. Do you want me to explain all this to him, so you don't have to keep going over it? If you think it will help, then yes, she said, rubbing at the ache building in her chest. I hate seeing him so upset. I feel terrible. Reese paused to consider before lifting an eyebrow. Of everything you're going through right now, you feel terrible for Archer, not yourself? She looked away. This is my family. I was born into it. Reese harumphed, then asked, You really have no idea what your brothers are after? I really don't, she said with a long sigh. The only thing my father has ever given me is a wooden box, and that arrived after he died. There is legitimately nothing inside but a note from my dad. I have no idea what Leo wants from me or thinks I have. Reese went quiet as a woman strode by, pushing her IV stand. What about Hunt? What about him? Lottie asked. Turning around, Reese leaned his back against the railing and crossed his arms. It's no secret that Hunt has cared about you for a long time. It's also not a secret that you've kept your distance. Were you protecting him? She stared out at the small park across from the hospital, wishing she could go back to the days when all she had to worry about was walking a dog. But If my family ever found me and it was revealed I stole dirty money and I'm in a serious relationship with Hunt, it could ruin his career and endanger him. Reese's expression softened, and she knew exactly what he was going to say next. That worry is still very valid. Be careful, Lottie. Hunt's got a lot to lose. She didn't fault Reese for worrying about his friend. Hell, she'd been trying to protect Hunt too. It would be almost laughable that the reason she was pushed into Hunt's arms was because of her brother breaking into her condo, if it wasn't so damn terrifying. I know exactly what he has to lose, she said to Reese. I've told him this, but you know him. He listens to what he wants to listen to, and he's very persuasive. Reese's eyes warmed with his chuckle. I imagine he can be. Feeling like the world had suddenly been dropped on her shoulders, Lottie rubbed at her tired eyes, careful not to smudge her mascara. So what do I do? Walk away from him? Reese snorted. I highly doubt Hunt would allow that. I can't speak for everyone else, but I know you'd make him happy, and him you. His hand came down on her shoulder again, squeezing gently. But, friend to a friend, this is a lot more complicated than two people dating. There's a lot at risk. She nodded, acknowledging his advice. You're a good friend to him, to all of us. Hunt is family, Reese said. As are you. We take care of our own, don't we? Yeah, we do, she said, emotion squeezing her throat tightly. She'd never wavered from keeping herself away from Hunt for this very reason. I won't let my past touch Hunt, she promised. That I do not doubt, Reese said. She studied the trust in Reese, the steady friendship he presented from day one. I'm sorry I never told you the truth. I could tell you 100 reasons why I didn't tell you, but I shouldn't have kept the truth from you. No, you shouldn't have, Reese agreed. Then he opened his arm, and she stepped into his embrace, warmth from his touch chipping away at the ice in her veins, as he said, I forgive you, Lottie. She didn't know how much she needed to hear those words until her tears hit her cheeks. The entire way home from the hospital, Lottie seemed lost in her thoughts, staring out the passenger side window of the cab. Hunt had seen her leave the hospital room and had watched Reese follow before he put his whole focus on Kieran and Hazel and their new little baby. He was so damn happy for his friends. Even after Elise had told them that Lottie's brothers had boarded a flight returning to Chicago, Lottie had refused to leave the maternity ward with their inner circle. He understood why, but he thought she forgot she was surrounded by past military and a cop. Though he did get her need to protect everyone, he felt that same yearning burning through him. When he followed Lottie into her condo, she flipped on all the lights and still hadn't said a word to him. She headed for the kitchen, so he locked the door behind him. As he joined her, he asked, Everything okay? Yep. He didn't hide his heavy sigh as he kicked off his boots. Lottie, I can read a lie, remember? She had her back to him, standing at the sink, statue still. Was it seeing the baby that upset you? She spun around, leaning against the counter. Her emotion-packed eyes hit him. No, of course not. The baby was adorable. Then why did you leave? And what's bothering you now? Her chin quivered. I've put you all in danger. I knew better than to ever do that. I knew the risk was there that my family would find me, and I did it anyway. The distance between them suddenly seemed an ocean wide. He closed it in a few short strides, placing his hands on either side of her on the counter. I had a very persuasive hand in that, don't forget. She visibly swallowed. My brothers are dangerous, Hunt, Besides what can happen to your career if the truth ever gets out that we're together, I don't want anyone getting hurt." He lifted an eyebrow at her. "You didn't ask to be put in this position. You have people around you that care about you, Lottie. It's okay that you're scared. It's okay to worry about those of us in your life. But this is what we do. We take care of each other. Elise, Archer, me, we're in this with you." She glanced at his chest, like she couldn't hold his gaze. "I know I can't persuade you to not be involved in this, but I want you to make me a promise." His gaze fell to her lips. "What do you want me to promise?" "If anything happens that could threaten your life or your job, you will walk away," she said firmly. He tensed, ready to object, as she added, "No matter what happens, that is the only way we can work, because I cannot be the reason you get hurt or you lose a career you love." She slowly shook her head, her voice shaky. "I will not ruin your life. Promise me, Hunt." "I won't lose my job," he vehemently disagreed. She grabbed the front of his shirt and pleaded, "You can and you will if you get involved with anything that has to do with my brothers. They are not good people, and if you make an enemy of them, they will ruin you." "Exactly why I should be involved," he countered. "I deal with people like this every day." "Please hear me," she begged. "I won't let my past hurt you. It will destroy me if it does. You, Nessa, Phoenix, all our friends are the good things in my life. You all have saved me. I won't recover if anything happens to any of you. This is the promise you will have to make me. If you can't make it, you need to leave now and let me deal with this on my own." Since leaving wasn't an option, he cocked his head. "What exactly are you asking me to stay out of?" "If my brothers come after me again, I can go to the police, the ones who actually deal with harassment, not a stubborn homicide detective." He snorted at that comment, and she pushed on. "I want this to stay legit." "If you go to the police about your brothers, they could find out about your real identity," he pointed out. "Isn't that what you didn't want?" "I'd rather take that chance than anyone close to me getting hurt or killed," she said. "And I will not involve you at all. As far as the police will know, you are an acquaintance, nothing more." Only one thing stood out in her little speech. "That's the deal, then? I stay away from your prick brothers or I don't get you?" She nodded. "That's the deal." He hated this fucking deal, so much so that he wanted to stop thinking about it. She let out a cute squeak as he gathered her in his arms and crushed his mouth against hers. Though as his tongue slid across her bottom lip, asking for entrance, she broke away, pushing on his chest. "Don't distract me. Promise me." "Oh, I promise I'm going to make you come so fucking hard," he said roughly. She shivered. "About my brothers." Leaning in, he dragged his lips across hers. "If I have to promise to let another cop handle your brothers to have you, then Lottie, that's the easiest damn promise I've ever made." His lips met hers again, and she fell into the rhythm of his kiss. Until, again, she slowly pulled away. He nearly didn't let her until he realized her intention by the urgent desire simmering in her features. Knowing what she wanted, he played along and slowly lifted his arms as she pushed his shirt up. He had it over his head a moment later. He couldn't take his eyes off her teeth nibbling her bottom lip as she opened his belt and then his jeans and thrust them down to his ankles. He felt the hard tremor rock through him as she lowered to her knees. 2 years he'd waited for this, to feel her perfect mouth sucking his cock. He moaned as she took him into her hand, and his dick twitched when her sultry eyes met his. Holding his eye contact, She licked from his balls to the tip. He threw his head back and groaned, kicking his jeans away until he could widen his legs. When the next lick came on the side, he dropped his head, tangling his hand in her hair. Gorgeous. Those eyes, those lips, that woman. He couldn't get enough. "Take me in," he told her. She gave him a sexy little smile before she tore her eyes away and took him deep into her throat. "Fuck," Hunt growled, damn near cross-eyed. He forced his head to move so he could watch her. She swirled her tongue around him before taking him back into her mouth and sucking hard. So hard, he thrust his hips forward at the sheer pleasure engulfing him. When she moaned, the sound tickling against his taut flesh, and she stroked him behind her mouth, he could only moan and watch as she already knew his tells, his preferences. She twirled, sucked, and licked him until he was quivering, ready to blow. Just as his balls tightened, he laughed, pulling away from her. "I assume you want to get fucked tonight. Keep doing that, and I'll be done." Her face was flushed red. He didn't even need to touch her to know she was dripping wet. A quick look around, and he suddenly realized why. Every light in the living room and kitchen were turned on. Anyone who wanted to watch them could through her large windows. Playing into her game, he offered his hand, and as she rose, he removed her shirt, then her bra. "Are you missing being watched, Lottie?" he murmured, dragging his knuckles across her taut nipples, loving how she shook. "Missing having all those eyes on you while you lose your mind?" "Yes," she rasped, feeling the same need driving him, the sensual sensation of having others absorbed in the pleasure he created. He said, "Go stand in front of the window." Her chest rose and fell quickly with her excited breaths as she did as he asked. "Hands on the window." Both her hands slowly lifted and pressed there as he took a condom from his wallet and then sheathed his dick. "Show me all of you." He smiled at her quiver, and his smile only widened when she did as she was told, angling her back, lifting her bottom. Lottie loved a dominant touch. Hunt had seen that nearly right away in Phoenix, though sadly the members always requested her in scenes where she held the power. "No, Lottie," he said firmly, stepping in closer. "When I want to see you, I want to see all of you." Wrapping his hands around her hips, he pulled her away from the window, angling her back farther. He kicked open her legs and pressed her chest against the window to tease her nipples against the cool glass. Drenched pink flesh led to a rosy knot. He groaned. "Yeah, this is what I want to see." He dragged his hand over one ash cheek and then the other before smacking each one, again and again and again, until her skin was reddened and warmed by his touch. Only then did he move lower, sliding his touch down over the puckered knot, to her drenched folds, to her clit. Her legs trembled, her breaths coming out in short gasps, and he wouldn't let the high fade. He wanted her to explode around him. Stepping in behind her, he grabbed the base of his cock and primed himself for entry. He slapped her ass. "Take me in." She thrust back, taking him all the way to the hilt. He let her play, moving slowly, then fast, finding her pleasure. Until he felt her tremble, her thrusts backward turning frantic. "People are watching you," he murmured in her ear, squeezing her ass cheeks. "They're getting off on watching you getting fucked. Watching the beautiful, sensual creature you are. Do you feel them watching you?" "Yes," she squeaked, her inner walls clamping on his cock. "Should we let them watch you come?" Words never escaped her mouth, only greedy moans. Hunt didn't need a further invitation. He grabbed her hips, and pulling her back into him, they fucked each other, ruthlessly, savagely. until they were both roaring out their release and shattering into the pleasure together. Chapter 10. 2 weeks had flown by, easily the best weeks of Hunt's life. He'd returned to work, and crime hadn't taken a pause. Over the passing days, he had 2 active homicides, and not enough hours in the day to solve them. Lottie went back to walking her dogs by herself, and her brothers had taken her at her word and gone home. While Reese had decided it was best for Lottie to take a break from Phoenix for a month to ensure her brothers weren't an ongoing problem, their nights together were as hot as ever. Their mornings, too. Really any damn time they could get their hands on each other. Hunt couldn't get enough of her. He hadn't been back to his condo since the day of the break-in. Things were good. He was happy. The future he saw for them since day one was falling into place perfectly. His imagination of life with Lottie didn't compare to the real thing. She ensnared him in the best way possible, and for the first time in a long time, Hunt felt a purpose stronger than his loyalty to the badge and to his friends and family, making sure every day she woke up and every time she went to sleep, she had a smile on her face. His days fell into a comfortable rhythm, and he didn't think anything could touch the happiness that had blanketed their lives. Until a text came through while Hunt was sifting through an evidence box at the station. "You want to protect Marissa? Meet us at King's tonight at 7. The obvious text from her brothers put him on immediate alert. But how had they gotten his personal cell phone number? As much as that concerned him, the fact that they were still in the city bothered him more. All reports from Elise showed they had left the city, and the case of her break-in had long grown cold, chalked up as a random robbery. This matter had been put to bed. He'd never been so pissed that he was wrong. He fired off a text. "I'll be there." Staring down at the evidence box, he racked his mind, trying to understand what they could want from her. He believed if Leo wanted her dead, that would have happened already. He needed something from her. But what? Using his cell phone, he dialed Elise. "Hey, it's Hunt," he said when she answered. "Hi," she replied. "What's up?" "Do you mind spending the day with Lottie today? I've got wind that her brothers are still in town. I think it's best if she's not alone." "Of course, yes," Elise said immediately. "I think Zoe's off today. We're due for a much-needed girls' day." "Perfect, thank you." He ran his hand over his forehead where a headache loomed. "Oh, and Elise, Mum's the word on her brothers being in the city." A pause. "Why?" She can finally breathe again. She's not looking over her shoulder anymore. She's smiling easier. Instead of saying all the things he was thinking, he said, "Until I know they're a problem, I don't want to worry her." "All right," Elise said. "Be careful. You'll call if you need anything?" "You know it. Thanks again." Hunt ended the call, sighing at the other mystery he had to solve. Turning his attention on his current case, he put Lottie's brothers to the back of his mind and focused on the evidence of the murder he was investigating. The rest of his workday had gone painstakingly slow. Before he left for the bar that was only a 10-minute drive away, he fired off a text to Lottie. "I'll be late tonight. Want me to pick up takeout for dinner?" Her reply came a few minutes later. "Sounds good. I spent the day with Elise and Zoe. Bring extra in case they're still here. See you later. XX." Once he got home, he'd explain what happened with her brothers and why he didn't want her to worry. But until he knew what was going on, he wouldn't put the stress back on her. She was finally sleeping soundly, all the way through the night. She ate more, talked more, laughed so much more. Her well-being was all he thought of now, and ensuring her brothers left New York City for good. Before he left the station and caught an Uber, he'd changed into jeans, a t-shirt, and his leather jacket, leaving his dress clothes in his locker. The drive took longer than expected due to traffic, and he arrived at King's a little after 7 o'clock. From the outside, the bar didn't look like much. Red brick led to a black storefront window. The dive bar was a hotspot for local criminal activity, and if anyone there knew Hunt was a cop, they'd likely take issue with him being in their space. Standing across the street, the chill in the air brushing across his face, bringing scents of car exhaust and trash, he fetched his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Archer. "Hey, it's Hunt," he said into the phone, once Archer answered. "Hey," Archer replied. "How's it going?" "It's going," Hunt replied. "Listen, I'm meeting Lottie's brothers." A long, telling pause. "Where?" "King's." In the background, Hunt heard a door open and then close before Archer asked, "I thought they'd left New York City." "You and me both," Hunt said, equally annoyed by that fact. "Apparently their business isn't done here yet." "Have they told you why they want to meet with you?" Hunt waited for 2 cars to pass, moving slowly down the road. Then he began crossing the street. "No, but I'm about to find out. I'll call if anything develops." "Yeah, that won't work for me," Archer said with a snort. "I'm already on my way. See you shortly." Hunt shouldn't have expected any different. His friends were good people, the best of the best. He stopped just outside the bar's door, staying in the shadows. "Stay out of the bar unless you see trouble stirring." Archer was an imposing figure. One look at him, and her brothers would get their hackles up, thinking Hunt wanted a fight. His promise to Lottie weighed heavy on his mind. He had to tread carefully. He finally had her. No way in hell he'd lose her. "Copy that," Archer said. Then he ended the call. Hunt shoved his phone back into his pocket with a sigh, expelling the tension in his shoulders. He couldn't let them rile him up. When he felt ready and calm, he entered the bar, surveying it quickly. The only exit was through the door he entered. The bathrooms were at the back. A pool table was set next to a jukebox. A scantily clad woman was dancing for the men sitting at the bar. Hunt's focus zeroed in on the 2 men, staring at him from across the bar, at a table near the back. Determined to get this settled, Hunt moved to them immediately. As he took his seat across from her brothers, the waitress asked in a high, squeaky voice, "What can I get you, honey?" "Nothing for me, thanks," he said, staring into Leo's dead eyes. "I won't be staying long." "Suit yourself," she said, then scurried away to wait on the other customers. Not intending to be there any longer than necessary, and with the AC/DC song playing through the jukebox, Hunt leaned forward, lacing his fingers together on the table. "Why am I here?" he asked, getting right to the point. "You're not asking the questions tonight," Leo snarled, before taking a long drink from his beer. Hunt snorted. He wasn't in the mood for a dick-measuring contest. "Then ask your questions." Leo leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms. He was muscular, but it was the coldness in Leo's expression that brought the most concern. Men who looked like him did very evil things. "Do you really think you know Marissa?" he asked. "I know Lottie better than you do," Hunt declared. Mateo huffed a laugh, shaking his head slowly. "Or her brothers. We grew up with her. How do you think you know her better than us?" "Simple," Hunt said, leaning in. "You knew the girl who was afraid of you. I know the strong woman who isn't." Leo slammed his beer bottle down, scoffing. The only thing Marissa needs to be afraid of is what she's hiding from us. She already told you. She's not hiding shit, Hunt shot back. How many times can she possibly tell you? A slow-building smile spread across Leo's face. You think I believe that bullshit? She became a traitor to our family the moment she left us behind. She is a liar. She stole money to run, and now that decision is catching up with her. Hunt drew in a long, deep breath to settle the fire in his gut. A traitor means at one point she was a part of your world. That never happened. She wanted no part of your lives or your operation back then, and she doesn't want to be a part of your lives now. He hesitated to reel in the seething anger toward these men who did nothing to protect their sister. You called me here tonight. Tell me what you want. She's our sister, Leo said, teeth bared. She belongs to us. The menace crossing Leo's face had Hunt rising, pressing his knuckles against the table, leaning in. She belongs to no one, Hunt said, through gritted teeth. Leo stood, Mateo joining him, as Leo declared, She's coming home with us, one way or the other. Want to bet? Hunt growled. Leo snarled, all teeth. Yeah, I'll take that bet. Hunt inhaled sharply, feeling the tension simmering like an elastic ready to snap between them. He forced himself to think. What exactly did your dad have on you? Mateo jerked his gaze to Leo, a telling sign that Hunt had guessed right. It all seems a little coincidental that you showed up wanting something after your father died. He rolled his shoulders, shedding his emotion like he'd been trained to do. Are you responsible for your father's death? Leo didn't even flinch as he snorted. You're reaching, cop. Mateo said, You need to talk to Marissa. Explain that this is the only way out. She needs to give us what she has. There's no explaining shit, Hunt said to Mateo, who seemed more uncomfortable in the moment than threatening. She has told you, repeatedly now. She has nothing on you. She took nothing with her when she left Chicago. Whatever you're looking for, she does not have it. Leo's nostrils flared. Bullshit. Hunt leaned forward, getting closer to Leo's face. Think about it. If she had anything on you, why hasn't she given it to me? Why prolong this? If she had something to destroy you, she'd hand-deliver it to the cops and you'd be arrested. It doesn't add up. She's got her reasons, I'm sure, Leo scoffed. Hunt ground his teeth in frustration. To put this to bed, he said, I could really give two fucks what you've done. But I do care about Lottie, was what he left out. This is your last warning. She doesn't have what you're looking for. Go home and stay the fuck away from her. He felt his limbs vibrating with anger. I'm done sitting around and letting her deal with this. It's time for you to get the fuck out of my city. He went to turn away, knowing himself and feeling the splinter in his control. But then Leo said all too calmly, If she won't give me what I want, the truth will die with her. Hunt wasn't sure what registered on his face in the seconds that Leo's threat sank in. He wasn't even confident of what went through his head as he made his next move. All he knew were two things happened all at once. The bar's front door slammed open, and Archer charged into the bar, running at full speed, as Hunt spun around to Leo. As he pulled back his arm and roared a sound he'd never heard come from his mouth, he knew there was only one thing he'd regret about tonight: breaking his promise to Lottie. Chapter 11. Lottie's stomach growled as she raced up the staircase to Archer and Elise's place, with Nessa hot on her heels, her nails freshly painted. The day had been full of dog walks, girl talks over lunch, and a trip to the salon. Elise and Zoe had spent the whole day with her, and Nessa arrived just before dinner. And at the time, Lottie just felt loved. Now she realized her day had been filled to keep her busy and around people. Because no matter how many times she tried to understand Archer's text, the message still hadn't sunk in. "Hunt's been arrested. Come to my house immediately." Zoe had gone home to Reese, while she, Nessa, and Elise had gone back to Elise's house. Ever since Archer's text arrived, pinging on Elise's phone first, then on Lottie's, she'd been on autopilot. Overwrought with worry, her hands shook as she and Nessa followed Elise inside, who'd been texting on her phone the entire drive back. The moment Lottie spotted Archer standing by the bay window, she asked, "Why did Hunt get arrested?" "He assaulted your brother Leo," said Archer, moving to lock the door behind them. No, no, no. Lottie's knees weakened. She absent-mindedly moved to the couch and dropped down next to Elise before she'd hit the ground. "That can't be true," she barely managed. "Hunt promised me. He swore he wouldn't get involved with them. Why was he even with them?" Archer moved to stand in next to Elise. "They texted him earlier and asked him to meet them at King's." Lottie jerked her gaze to Elise. "That's the reason for the girls' day?" "It wasn't the reason," Elise said gently. "It was a good reason for us to have a girls' day." "Why didn't you tell me he was meeting with them?" Lottie asked, unable to hide the snappiness in her voice. "Hunt didn't want you to worry," Archer sighed. "Please don't be upset." "I'm not upset at you." Hurt, yeah, she was that, but she'd done her fair share of keeping secrets too. "It's fine. I know you're all just looking out for me." She turned to Archer. "What happened when he met them?" Elise answered, "I've got word on that," she said, shaking her cell phone. "It looks like Hunt was provoked and punched Leo." Archer nodded, moving to sit on the couch's armrest, crossing his arms. "I showed up to the bar right as he threw the hit. A pretty good punch, too. Knocked your brother out cold." "Why is he still in jail? He's a cop. Can't he pull strings to get out?" All eyes shifted to Nessa, who remained in the foyer. Realizing Nessa was an outsider to Archer, Lottie introduced her. "This is my best friend, Nessa." She patted the other side of the couch, and once Nessa sat, she said, "Nessa, this is Elise's husband, Archer." Lottie waited for them to exchange pleasantries before she asked Archer, "She's got a point, though. Why is he still in a jail cell?" "It's more complicated than him pulling some strings," Elise said. She clicked a button on her phone, offering it to Lottie. "The punch was captured on camera and uploaded to YouTube." Lottie's blood chilled as she watched in horror as Hunt nailed her brother in the face. Just one hit, but that was all he needed to send Leo crashing to the ground. Whoever had taken the video had gotten a perfect shot. She saw his career dissolving before her eyes, the sheer danger he'd put himself in by going there. "He promised," she whispered, disbelieving the situation. "He made me a promise he wouldn't get involved." "Like Elise said," Archer interjected gently, "Hunt wouldn't have done this without being provoked." Lottie's heart squeezed tight, her lungs screaming out for air. She'd known this would happen, and she blindly believed that somehow she could have changed the outcome, that somehow she and Hunt could break away from her haunting past. And now that dark-stained past touched his life. A man so good and honorable, who didn't deserve any of this. "What's going to happen to him now?" she asked no one in particular. "He's been charged," Archer answered. "Reese is getting him a lawyer. We expect he'll make bond soon." Lottie handed back Elise's cell phone, aware of the shaking of her hand. As Elise said, From what I could gather about the case, he's currently suspended until the investigation is concluded. Lottie had never been so grateful to have Elise and Archer on her side. Overwhelmed by it all, picturing Hunt in a jail cell caused her stomach to churn. Fuck. She shot to her feet and began pacing in front of their fireplace. I told him to stay out of this. I told him that this would happen. I knew this would happen. I knew the second I gave in to what we felt for each other, it would destroy his career and endanger him. This is all my fault. The fault falls to Hunt, Archer said firmly. He could have handled this a dozen different ways. He chose to punch your brother. That's on him, not you, Lottie. Don't berate yourself. She turned back to him, hearing the shakiness in her voice. Yeah, but I put him there. If I stayed away from him, none of this would have happened. Oh, stop, Lottie, Nessa said. None of this is your fault. Your brothers put him in this situation. Lottie couldn't see it that way. She'd never felt so helpless in her life. To Elise, she asked, Did you discover what provoked him? Elise hesitated and chose her words carefully. It appears from the report of Hunt's account of the matter, your brother threatened to kill you. God, Lottie, Nessa breathed, fear vibrating in her voice. She immediately jumped up and came to Lottie's side, taking her hand. Lottie gripped her back, tight, trying to draw on Nessa's warmth. Leo threatened to kill me? Elise nodded, pity in her expression. If you ask me, something like that would make Hunt snap. Tears welled in Lottie's eyes before she lifted her chin, refusing to let them fall. You need to think, Archer said, breaking the silence. They are here for a reason, threatening you for a reason. I have thought about this, Lottie said, squeezing Nessa's hand tighter. Over and over again. I have no idea what they want from me. I have nothing that could do them any harm. The only thing I can think of is the box my father sent me, but I've checked it over, and so has Hunt. There's nothing there. It's an empty memory box with a note from my father. Nothing else. Does the box have any meaning to you? Archer asked. Lottie racked her mind for anything that could help Hunt. I just honestly can't think of anything. Elise asked, What did you take with you when you left Chicago? Clothes, shoes, and makeup, Lottie said, trying to recall if she'd taken anything of value. But I'm pretty sure I don't even have any of that any longer. My style has changed since then. The makeup would have gotten old. Maybe I have a worn t-shirt or an old pair of shoes, but that's it. Archer asked, Did you take a laptop, cell phone, anything? No, nothing, she said, with a firm shake of her head. I didn't want to give them a way to trace me. Elise and Archer shared an equal look of frustration. Lottie felt the helplessness burn through her, too. What can I do to help him? Elise set her cell phone on the coffee table and sighed. We need to get your brother to drop those charges. Lottie knew he never would, but she also had no other choice than to try. Where is Leo? New York Presbyterian, Archer said, and obviously reading her mind, he added, Come on, I'll take you. She followed him back out the house, and they got into his truck waiting at the curb. She never looked back. Hell no, she was going to make this better. She had to make this better. Nessa tried talking on the drive to the hospital, bringing Lottie out of her thoughts, but she barely heard a word, anger brimming in her gut. How fucking dare her brothers? Nessa's voice only filtered through when they arrived at the hospital and got out of the truck, and she said softly, Do you want me to go in with you? Lottie shook her head, gesturing across the street. Go to the coffee shop. I'll come meet you there when I'm done. You'll be okay? Nessa asked, squeezing Lottie's arm. I'll be fine. I've got Archer with me. Lottie gathered Nessa and hugged her tight. Promise. Nessa hesitantly released her and began crossing the street. Lottie spun on her heels toward the hospital. Archer stayed right at her side, silently scouring the area. With every step, more anger burned within. She had a new life here. She'd done well for herself. She wanted no part of her brother's crimes. When she reached the receptionist, she plastered on a worried expression, clutching her hands to her chest. "Hi, I'm Leo Ricci's sister. Could I possibly get his room number?" A few clicks on her keyboard later, and the receptionist said, "He's in room 402. "Thanks," Lottie said, and quickly made her way to the elevator. "I'll wait right outside the door," Archer said, pressing the button for the 4th floor. "I can't thank you enough for all your help." Her skin crawled as the elevator shot up to the 4th floor. "Especially considering I lied to you." "It's forgotten now, Lottie," Archer said, his voice gentle. He cupped her shoulder, and the comforting warmth battled the chill in her veins. "You did what you had to do to survive. I get that." "You do?" she whispered. He nodded. "I do." He dropped his hand, sliding back into soldier mode, any softness gone from his face. "Sometimes we don't get a choice of how to handle a situation. We just have to do what we have to do to make it through." His gaze dropped to hers. "You're Hunt's, you're Phoenix, your family, and we all care very deeply for you, Lottie." "Thank you," she barely managed, her emotions lodged into her throat. "I care deeply for all of you, too." She quickly glanced at the doors as they chimed open to gather herself. Forcing herself to keep going and find bravery, she stopped just outside Leo's room. "I'll be right here," Archer said. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and schooled her expression to neutral before she entered the room. From his bed, Leo caught her entrance immediately. He smiled, his right eye already showing bruising. "Wow, you actually came." "Of course I came," she said, taking a quick look at Mateo. Seated in a chair, he quickly put his cell phone away, barely able to look her in the eye. "You need to stop this," she said to Leo, moving in next to his bed. "Seriously, it's gotta stop. I honestly don't know why you're doing any of this. You need to drop the charges against Hunt and leave, or I'm going to the police." "And out yourself?" Leo snorted. "Have you forgotten you have a fake identity?" "It doesn't matter. I don't care what happens to me," she spat. "This is between us. I won't let you bring Hunt into it. He doesn't deserve this." Leo's lip curled. "He's already in it, dear sister." She huffed, clenching her hands, shaking her head in frustration. "What can I do to get you to see that I don't give a fuck what you do? I'm not planning to take you down. I do not care," she growled through gritted teeth. "I have nothing in my possession that can hurt you. Go home." "I can't trust you," Leo snarled. "You're a fucking liar." Mateo rose. "Maybe—" "Shut the fuck up," Leo spat, and Mateo slowly sat back down. Then Leo turned his cruel dark eyes on Lottie. "My suggestion, little sister, get me what I want. Your time is running out." He paused. "And now that your cop is no longer around, there's no one to protect you." With evil seeping out of his pores, she knew right then why Hunt had punched him. It wasn't in anger, it was fear, because she felt the same fright shake her to her core. "We're leaving." Startled, she gasped, glancing over her shoulder, finding Archer glaring at Leo. "I can't leave," she pleaded. "Not until he drops the charges." Archer didn't take his eyes off Leo, but he was very careful not to threaten her brother, as he said firmly, "Lottie, we're leaving." That's when it occurred to her, as Archer took her arm and led her from the room, that her biggest concern wasn't Hunt in jail, because Leo's threat on her life wasn't a statement, it was a promise. Chapter 12. "You're out, Walker." Hunt pushed himself up from lying down on the metal bed, feeling the weight of the night hanging heavy on his shoulders. What the fuck happened? For the last 5 hours, he'd been running over everything in his mind, but he wasn't sure how he got here. All he remembered were the words her brother said, the threat against Lottie, the fear he felt as that threat felt like a promise, and something in his brain just snapped. With every step out of the cell as he silently followed the cop, shame fell deeper into his gut. He protected, he served, he never lost control. He was only too glad that the incident didn't happen in his jurisdiction. He wasn't sure he'd recover from being in his own station behind bars. From the very beginning, he'd told the truth. But with the video evidence of the punch, it was his word against Leo's. The video only captured Hunt's hit, not Leo's threat. It was Hunt's word against Leo's, and the evidence was damning against him. When he finally made it out of lockup, he found Reese in the waiting room, a frown marring his face. Needing to get out of there, to draw in fresh air, Hunt gestured toward the doors as he approached, and Reese remained close on his heels as they exited the station. Outside, a car waited at the curb. Once Reese got into the back seat, Hunt joined them, slamming the door shut behind him. "Thank you for getting me out," Hunt said, as the driver drove off, the street quiet at the late hour. "It's not a problem," Reese said, dark circles under his eyes, a telling sign he'd had a long day, and because of Hunt, had an even longer night. "I've got a good lawyer on this." "Appreciate that." Hunt thrust his hands in his hair, guilt distressing him. We're on our way to Kieran's," Reese interjected, pulling at the cuffs of his dress shirt. "Archer's waiting there too. Might as well save what you're about to say so you don't have to repeat yourself." Hunt agreed with a nod, rubbing at his tired eyes before his gaze fell on the clock on the dashboard. 12:12. Christ, he'd only been in the holding cell for less than 5 hours, but his body ached like he'd been there for days. He fetched his cell phone from his pocket. No calls from Lottie, no texts. That couldn't be a good sign. Not that he expected a call. He'd broken his promise. She'd call him out on it, of that he was sure. The remainder of the drive passed in silence. Hunt stared out the window, the streetlights all blending together as they passed. Retreating into his mind, he went over every single moment. By the time they arrived at Kieran's house, he stood firm that he wouldn't have changed a thing, regardless of the consequences. Reese's driver waited at the curb, but cut the engine, as Hunt followed Reese up to the house. The moment he entered through the threshold, he found Kieran and Archer drinking whiskey in the living room. Kieran immediately rose, heading to the liquor cabinet in the corner of the room and poured 2 more glasses. He handed the larger drink to Hunt. "Good to see you, man," Kieran said, cupping Hunt's shoulder. "Thanks. It's been a night," was all Hunt said, before he drank half of the drink back. He sat down on the love seat while the others filed in around him. "That fucker threatened Lottie's life." Reese asked, "You think he was serious?" Hunt finished his next smaller sip, tasting the oaky hints of the alcohol. "If she doesn't give him what he's looking for, I have no doubt he will make good on his word." He couldn't get his head wrapped around all this. There had to be something that she was missing, that he was missing. "Where is Lottie now?" Archer answered. "At home with her friend Nessa. Ronan and Hawk are with them. They're armed. No one will get near her." Both were trained Navy SEALs. Hunt almost wished her brother tried to get close to her. That'd end things quickly. "Good," Hunt said with a nod. How is she doing?" "Scared," Archer said, resting his elbows on his knees. "She went to see Leo at the hospital to get him to drop the charges." At Hunt's obvious next question, Archer added, "She's safe, but I heard him make a similar threat." "For fuck's sake," Hunt snapped, rising and moving to the window. "They were gone for 2 weeks? What possibly brought them back?" Reese offered, "Perhaps they did believe her, that she had nothing, but more evidence revealed she does." "It's possible," Hunt agreed. He stared out into the darkness, a streetlight farther down, the only light on the quiet street. How the fuck do I fix this? Silence hung behind him. Silence so thick that he glanced back over his shoulders at his friends. What? He asked. Kieran, his longest and closest friend, said gently, Archer told us that Lottie suggested going to the police and telling them about her brothers. Hunt turned to face them. If she did that, she'd not only incriminate herself in buying fake identification, but she'd seal her death. She needs evidence to get her brother in jail for life, or she'll never be safe. Having her go to the police may be the only way to clear your name and make all this right, Kieran said. Hunt's nostrils flared, his fingers tightening around his glass. Before he could even form a response, Archer said, We know you care about Lottie. Fuck, maybe you even love her, but you're running out of choices here, Hunt. Lottie's truth can help you. No, Hunt ground out. Reese shook his head slowly. You need to look at this from all angles. Hunt drew in a deep breath, reining in his anger. His friends didn't deserve it, and the concern radiating on their faces was enough to get him to settle down. He sat back down, rubbing his aching neck. The only way this can end is to get evidence against her brothers. That will clear my name. That will keep Lottie safe. I refuse to let these fuckers destroy her life more than they already have. I agree with Hunt, Archer said, rising. Elise is currently trying to find out who recorded the punch. Why? Hunt asked. To help get you out of this, Archer continued, moving to the liquor cabinet and pouring himself another glass. He looked back over his shoulder at Hunt, his gaze alight with determination. You need evidence to clear your name. She's going to find it. Hunt stared from friend to friend, his chest filling with warmth. Please thank Elise, and thank you all. While their small smiles greeted him, a headache kept pulsating in his temple. He rubbed at the spot, needing sleep, needing more time to think, needing Lottie. I keep going back to what her brother is asking for, something that will destroy their family. There's got to be evidence that will take down their operation. Archer returned to a seat. Evidence that for some reason only Lottie would have. Kieran sighed. But what is the question? The back and forth continued for another hour while they talked through everything, trying to find what they were missing, looking for any holes that Hunt hadn't already considered, until Timmy started crying. Hazel's footsteps pattering against the floor above got Kieran out of his seat, heading up to her and his newborn son. They all took that as their message to leave and headed outside, shutting the door behind them. When they reached the car, Reese opened the rear door and asked Hunt, Are you going home? Not yet, Hunt replied. I've got one place I need to go first. Reese's mouth twitched. Want a ride to Lottie's? Thanks, but it'll be faster if I take the subway, Hunt said. Opening the door on the other side of the car, Archer said, If you need me, call. I will. Turning on his heel, Hunt jogged toward the subway's stairs, grateful for the men in his life whom he knew would have his back in a second if he needed them. The entire subway ride to Lottie's condo, Hunt sorted through all he knew, looking for holes, for anything that could help him get her brothers put behind bars. He considered calling down to Chicago, getting the case files on her brothers, but now he couldn't touch anything to do with them, or he would face more trouble. When he finally reached her condo and entered, he stopped in at the security desk. Hunt Walker to see Lottie Harlow. I'm on the approved guest list, he said. The security guard typed on his keyboard. I'm sorry, sir, but you've been removed from the approved list. Irritation burned in his blood. Could nothing tonight go easy? Please call up to her. Of course, sir, the security guard said, reaching for his phone. A moment later, he said, Hello, this is security. I have a Hunt Walker requesting to come up. A pause. Right. Okay, thank you. He hung up the phone and then said to Hunt, Someone is coming down to meet you. Great. Hunt didn't like the sound of that. Thank you. He moved off to the side, keeping his focus on the elevator doors. When they finally opened, his mood soured further. You're not who I wanted to see, he said to Ronan. Tightness creased the corners of Ronan's eyes. He gestured outside, and Hunt followed him out the double doors into the still night. Ronan wore a leather coat, and Hunt knew his weapon was concealed there. The moment the door shut behind Hunt, Ronan said, I hate to tell you this, but she doesn't want to see you. I'm under strict instructions not to let you inside. Hunt got it. He'd broken his promise. But after the night he had, he needed her arms and legs wrapped around him, tight. He sighed, running his hand through his hair. She's that pissed, huh? Pissed? Ronan said, mulling over the word. He finally shook his head. No, I wouldn't say she's pissed, but I'd say that she's feeling much like you felt tonight, determined to protect you. Hunt tilted his head back and shut his eyes, breathing deep. He was so damn tired. Okay, he conceded, looking back at Ronan. She's all right? Ronan nodded. Yeah, she's good. She's sleeping. Hawk's going to crash on the couch. I'm taking the night shift. Okay, good. Thank you, Hunt said, offering his hand to Ronan. Don't thank me, Ronan said, returning the firm handshake. I'll message you any developments. Hunt nodded in response, watching as Ronan headed back inside, and briefly spoke to security before entering the elevator. A tiny part of Hunt was crushed with defeat, but no way in hell was her brother going to steal what he'd waited for so long to have, a life with Lottie. He took his cell phone from his pocket and texted, I'm sorry I broke my promise. I'm not sorry for protecting you. Don't give up on us. I love you. The statement was bold, but he wasn't playing anymore. He turned away from her building, the only place he wanted to stay, and did what he knew how to do, examine evidence, solve crimes, and put criminals behind bars. Chapter 13. I'm sorry I broke my promise. I'm not sorry for protecting you. Don't give up on us. I love you. Lottie read those words on her phone as the sunbeams poured through her window, again and again, tears streaming down her cheeks that she could not stop. To be so cared for, to be so appreciated, to have anyone fight for her so hard. Her heart squeezed in her chest so tight she could barely breathe. She couldn't see Hunt last night, though Ronan had told her he'd come. She didn't trust herself, or him, not to take her in his arms and make her forget how much she'd already hurt and endangered him. She would not let her family ruin his life like they'd done to her. With the unknown spiraling around her, she set her phone down on her nightstand, right as her bedroom door whisked open. Dry those tears, girl, Elise said, hastily entering the room, sending the door slamming against the wall. We've got shit to do. Lottie sat up swiftly, dressed in a long cotton t-shirt. What's happened? Oh, so many things, Elise said. But let's start with what you need to do immediately. Flinging off the covers, Lottie wiped the tears off her cheeks, jumping out of bed. Which is? Clear Hunt's name. A spike of hope rushed through her, sending her heart thumping in her ears. You know I would do anything to do that, but how can I? Elise's eyes sparkled as she took a seat on Lottie's bed. Your brothers set him up, so go get dressed, and then I'll explain. Not waiting a single second, Lottie hurried to her closet and grabbed a long-sleeved dress. When she came out, she said, Okay, go. Last night, I looked into the recording of the punch, Elise explained, as Lottie removed her pajamas and her underwear. It all seemed a little too perfect to me. Whoever taped them didn't even flinch when Hunt hit your brother, like they'd been expecting it. Lottie slipped into new underwear and a bra as she asked, Which rubbed you wrong? Yeah, exactly. It set off all types of red flags, Elise agreed with a nod. Dark circles rested under her eyes, a telling sign that she'd been up all night working on finding a way to clear Hunt's name. So I dug into who took that video. Now in her dress, Lottie asked, "Did you find out who it was?" "Of course I did," Elise grinned, gesturing Lottie into the ensuite bathroom. "Go, finish getting ready." Lottie hurried inside and went about her business. She came back out brushing her teeth. "And?" Elise's eyes sparkled. "The woman told us that she was hired by your brothers to record the altercation with Hunt." Lottie sagged in relief, dropping to her knees next to the bed. She grabbed Elise's hands. "Oh my God, Elise, tell me this woman will tell the truth?" Elise squeezed Lottie's hands back, a beaming smile spreading across her face. "She will, since Reese paid her twice as much as your brothers did." Feeling tears welling in her eyes again, Lottie pressed her hand on her heart, swearing it was going to jump out of her chest. "He did that?" "Yeah, he did." Lottie stared at Elise, so damn tired of running away. Her past had still caught up with her, no matter how far she ran, and all the measures she took to ensure her family never found her. She didn't want to run anymore, not from what she truly wanted, a life with Hunt, the man who made her feel safe, appreciated, loved, worth fighting for. "So, what do we do now?" she asked. Elise jumped off the bed, pulling Lottie to her feet. "We go to the police station. Archer took this woman there already. All you have to do is tell your side of the story, and Hunt should be in the clear." Lottie lunged, throwing herself at Elise, hugging her tight. "I owe you, Elise. I owe you so much. Thank you." Elise laughed softly, squeezing just as tight. "You're part of our family, Lottie. Don't ever forget that." "I'll try not to," Lottie said, emotions clogging up her throat like they seemed to do all the time lately. With a satisfied smile, Elise headed out the door, and Lottie followed her into the hallway. "You're part of our family, Lottie. Don't ever forget that." For so long, she'd felt like an outsider, someone who couldn't belong because of the life she'd been born into. Then she found Nessa. Then she found Phoenix. Then she found Hunt. She'd never expected to find a whole new family. It occurred to her many minutes later, as she walked into the police station, that she was part of the Phoenix family. Not just someone who lived out her fantasies there and put on shows, but she was a part of something bigger, something that Reese had created when Phoenix was born. And she would fight for Hunt and her life with him, just like his friends did. By the time she sat in the interview room, with Elise and Archer out in the waiting room, and the woman who recorded the punch being interviewed elsewhere, Lottie's chin lifted, her shoulders squared. She had to make this right, for Hunt, for them to have a future together. "At one point, did Leo Ricci threaten to kill you?" the detective asked the 100th question over the last hour. He had a stern face, thick mustache, and eyes that told her he had a no-nonsense personality. "When I went to see him at the hospital to try and get him to drop the charges against Hunt," she explained. The detective took a note, then set his pen down. "Can you explain to me why your brother wants to kill you?" "Because he's a very dangerous man," she said honestly. "He harbors bad feelings toward me because I left my family behind." She paused, considering, and still couldn't make sense out of it. "For some reason, he thinks I have evidence that could send him to jail." The detective's eyebrow winged up. "You don't?" "No, I don't," she said. "Believe me when I tell you, if I had something, I would have turned it in. I left my brothers behind because I didn't want them to be a part of my life. I didn't want any part of what they do. I certainly don't want the trouble they bring." The detective made another note, then dropped his pen. "It's good you came forward. You're all lucky this woman who recorded the fight had a conscience." Lottie restrained her snort. The woman's willingness to talk had nothing to do with her conscience, more likely how her bank account fared. We are very lucky. I'm just happy this clears Hunt's name. He's a good detective and an even better man. He just made a bad decision in a split second because he wanted to protect me." The detective agreed with a nod. "And your name change. Why did you do that?" Elise had already assured Lottie that even if the police looked, her new name would register as legit. "To get away from my family. Like I said, I wanted nothing to do with them." After another note, he nodded again. Then his expression shifted in intensity. "There is something else you should know," the detective said. "What's that?" she asked. "Your brothers have been arrested for murder. We arrested them at the hospital an hour ago." "Murder?" she breathed, freezing in her seat. "Who did they kill?" "Your father," the detective said solemnly. She tried to process "your father" as he grabbed a tablet next to him. After clicking a few buttons, he turned the screen toward her. First, she noted the wooden box that her father had given to her after his death, and his note. Then she felt the heat drain from her face as he began swiping through the evidence photographs, which showed the box wasn't a box at all, but a puzzle. When the last puzzle piece came out, so did a USB stick. Before she could make sense out of this, a video began playing. A camera had obviously been set up in her father's office, somewhere behind him, since she could see the back of his salt and pepper head. In front of him, Leo raged, spittle forming in the corners of his mouth as he screamed in anger. Only 1 minute passed before the detective turned off the video, flipping the tablet over. "Your brother Leo kills your father in this video by using a syringe to administer a drug to his neck." All the warmth left Lottie's body in a rush. She wrapped her arms around herself, tight. How would they not have known this when he went to the morgue? The detective sighed, shaking his head in obvious frustration. "Your brother called an ambulance, saying he found your father in his chair. By all appearances, it seemed like natural causes. Your father had a history of heart disease. Since no one questioned his death, I suspect no one thought anything different." Lottie tried to process all this, tried to put all the pieces together. Did my dad say anything in the video? That you would be the one to take down the family. Lottie's blood ran ice cold, and she shivered, squeezing her arms around herself tighter. He had to have known she'd get the video, that she'd take it to the police. In the warmest part of her heart, she believed that her father wanted exactly this, to put an end to his operation, to destroy the thing that destroyed their family. "Sorry, can I see the box again?" she asked. A few swipes of his fingers, and he handed her the tablet again. She studied the box that came apart in odd shapes. "Who solved the puzzle?" she asked. "I did." She started, spinning around in her seat, finding Hunt standing in the doorway, leaning a shoulder against it, arms folded. She spotted the relief on his face that she felt too. She rose, wanting to move to him, to say something, do something. But she only felt her knees go weak as she began to drop. Only she never hit the ground. Strong arms caught her. Chapter 14. Hunt shut his eyes as his world righted again. There she'd stay in his arms for as long as she'd like. The detective rose from his chair and gave Hunt a nod before the interview room door shut behind him. "I'm sorry, Lottie," he said, dropping his head into her neck, inhaling her sweet scent, releasing the tension along his shoulders. "I'm so damn sorry that your father died that way." "I'm sorry too," she said, and sniffed. "But my brothers are a product of the life my father created. If there is one person to blame for all this, it's my dad." She held tight, and he didn't dare let her go. "You cleared my name," he said softly. "You protected me," she responded. "Not a bad team, are we?" He pressed a kiss to her shoulder, loving the little quiver she gave him. She leaned away and stared at him with red-rimmed eyes. Yeah, we are a pretty great team, actually. Leaning up, she took his face, drawing him down to her. A sweet, tender moment passed, her teary eyes on his before her lips came toward his, and he sank into the embrace. Neither of them was rushing or making the kiss heated. The connection. Yeah, that's all Hunt wanted. When he did finally break away many, many minutes later, well aware anyone could be watching them through the two-way mirror, he pulled her to her feet. Come on, let's get you home. She nodded, taking his hand and following him out of the room. You're really cleared of all charges? He settled in next to her, striding down the hallway, keeping her hand tight in his. Not officially, because of paperwork, but yes, we have enough proof that no detective is going to send my case to the district attorney. Thank God, she said. A low chuckle escaped him. Yeah, that was too close for my liking. She elbowed his side, shaking her head in disbelief. You cannot find anything about this funny. Drawing her close, he wrapped his arm around her neck and kissed the top of her head. In this line of work, Lottie, laughter is the only thing that saves you. The way she melted into him told him she understood. She didn't say much on the Uber ride home. He didn't spark up any conversation either, holding her hand instead. Quiet, with her, was all he needed. Pretty sure all he'd ever want again. It wasn't until he opened her front door did she make a noise. Her loud gasp echoing around him was just the surprise he hoped for. He tugged on her hand a little to get her inside, and then shut the door behind him. Mateo, she said, confusion shining in her eyes. Hi, sis. Mateo gave a small smile. Lottie turned to Hunt with big eyes. I don't understand what's happening here. Hunt tugged her closer toward her brother at the couch. Mateo was released from custody earlier. None of the evidence pointed to his involvement in your father's death. Only Leo's. Across from Mateo, Archer rose from the couch where he'd been on his phone and cupped Hunt's shoulder. Call me tomorrow. I will, Hunt said. Thanks for everything. Archer looked back at Mateo. I'll wait for you in the lobby. Then he gave Lottie a hug before he headed for the front door. When it clicked shut behind him, Hunt released Lottie's hand and went to fetch them all a much-needed drink. He pulled 3 cold beers from the fridge. Last night I had Elise look into Mateo, he explained to Lottie. After cracking open the bottles, he handed them out. She couldn't find anything that pointed to him being a criminal, only that Mateo was trapped in a life he hated. Lottie's head cocked, brows pulling together. How did you find that out? From reading my personal text messages to an old girlfriend, Mateo grumbled. Oh, Lottie glanced between Hunt and Mateo, taking a long, long sip of her beer. She finally asked Hunt, And you believe my brother's innocent? 100%, yes, he said with a firm nod. Mateo was the one who sent you the box. Lottie squeaked, a hand flying to her chest. She slowly turned to Mateo. It was you? Well, I sent it to the lawyer, who sent it to you after the PI found you. He rose. Leo changed the last few years, like the devil got in him or something. Dad knew it. I knew it. He took another hesitant step closer as Lottie's eyes widened. Dad suspected Leo was going to kill him. He told me about the camera. Another step closer, and Lottie's chin quivered. He told me if he was found dead, Leo was responsible. When I watched the video and heard Dad say that you would be the one that would take the family down, I knew he wanted me to send the video to you. I knew I had to find a way to hide the USB stick. Anything too obvious, Leo would have found. Lottie's face reddened. You put me in danger by sending me that box. Shame darkened his features, and his shoulders hunched. I honestly had no idea Leo would take it that far. I thought after he looked through your stuff and didn't find anything, that'd be the end of it. But it wasn't? Hunt asked. Mateo swallowed his drink, then shook his head. He never really showed anger toward you until Dad said you'd ruin us. I never heard him mention you through all the years that you were gone. But I think when he saw you again, he felt burned that you left us and stole money from the business. His voice got small as he said gently, I'm sorry, Lottie. I never would have sent it if I thought he'd put you in danger. Because he knew Lottie would want to know, Hunt asked, Why wouldn't you take it to the cops yourself? Mateo slowly shook his head. I couldn't be the one. Leo didn't deserve Mateo's loyalty. Hunt could tell Lottie was thinking the same as she nibbled her lip, watching him closely. Her shoulders suddenly straightened as she realized she was braver and stronger than her brother. So you really wanted out too? She eventually asked. He nodded slowly. I was jealous of you, that you had the balls to leave. I couldn't have done that. The situation was different, Lottie said softly. You were involved with the business. I wasn't. I wasn't really involved, Mateo said. Then he shrugged. I drove Leo around. That's all I did. Yeah, but he still would have killed you, just like he did with Dad, if you left, she countered. I was nothing to him. Mateo's breath hitched, tears welling in his eyes. He barely got out, You were something to me. Oh, Mateo. She handed Hunt her beer and then threw her arms around her brother. Hunt turned away, hearing their cries, giving them privacy. He busied himself in the kitchen, shoving whatever he could find in his mouth. His entire body hurt. He'd been tired before, but nothing like this. He hadn't slept in what felt like forever. It had taken him almost all night to solve the puzzle. He could tell by the dark circles under Lottie's eyes that she hadn't slept well last night either. When he hit the bed, he doubted an earthquake would even stir him. He only turned back to them when Lottie asked, Where are you going now? I'm going with your friend Archer, Mateo said. Hunt caught Lottie's frown in the seconds before she asked, Where is he taking you? We can't talk about that, Hunt interjected firmly, closing the distance, wrapping her in his arms. Mateo laughed softly, shoving his hands into his pockets. I might need a little help relocating, for my safety. Oh, Lottie said. Then she nodded at Hunt. Okay, yeah, let's not talk about that. Hunt nodded, chuckling. Stepping out of Hunt's arms, Lottie hugged her brother again. You'll keep in touch? Once things settle for you, you'll reach out? I will, Mateo said, holding her tight. I want you in my life. A pause. Then she sniffed. I want you in mine, too. We can start over, find a way through all this, make our family better, somehow. Hunt stayed back, letting them say a proper goodbye without getting in the way. He only moved to Mateo to shake his hand when they were finished talking. Take good care of yourself, he told her brother. I plan to, Mateo said, then smiled at his sister. Bye, sis. Lottie gave a little wave, tears in her eyes. With a heavy sigh, Hunt shut the door behind him and locked it before he turned to her. She was smiling from ear to ear, tears rolling down her cheeks. He chuckled, moving toward her. What's that look for? You did all this for me, she said, grabbing his shirt and tugging him close. You're helping him for me. He cupped her face. I'd do anything for you. Her loving smile was worth all the hell to get right to this moment. So, what now for us, Hunt Walker? He gathered her in his arms and kissed her gently. Now, Lottie Harlow, we're going to get into bed and sleep for the next 2 days, since I feel about ready to fall over. Then, she whispered. He pressed his hand against her lower back and brought her close. Then the next day, and every day after that, I'll spend loving you. I'm liking this idea already, she smiled. Then her smile fell. I still haven't said it, you know." "Said what?" he asked, brushing his mouth across hers. "I love you." Chuckling against her lips, he said, "You don't have to, Lottie. I have always known you love me." "Maybe," she said, "but I do love you, Hunt. I love you for waiting for me. I love you for fighting for me. I'll love you forever." Happiness soared through him. Before his lips met hers again, he murmured, "And I'll love you even longer." Chapter 15. 1 month had flown by, a month of quiet happiness that Lottie never wanted to let go of. She felt her mother's presence over the last month more than she ever had. All the pain had turned into peace. Leo was in jail awaiting his trial, but no one doubted he'd get life in prison, especially since Chicago had a few charges they were going to tack on as well. She hadn't heard from Mateo yet, but Archer had said he got him settled. She hoped he found a wonderful life, just as she had. A life that led her back into Phoenix. Once she arrived through the underground tunnels and past security, she felt like a part of her soul was back. Though, as she entered the change room, full of lingerie on steel racks, she felt totally different. Life was different now. Hunt had sold his condo and moved into hers, and with the money from the sale, he'd offered to help put her through vet school. With the money she had already saved, her sights on opening a clinic once school was finished was possible. With the future so bright ahead of her, she buried Marissa Ricci for good. Elise made sure of it. Her past could never jeopardize Hunt's career, and for that, Lottie would forever owe all of her friends that helped them get here. She moved to the red velvet bench where a black vinyl cutout bra, thong, and garter belt were left, along with thigh-high fishnets and black heels. One look at her outfit for the show, and heat simmered through her. She was never disappointed when a member requested her for a BDSM scene. Only this time, the heat came from knowing Hunt was waiting for her to join him. Her first night back in the club felt even more special, knowing she'd finally stop fantasizing about Hunt in Phoenix, and she'd actually have him for real. She dressed quickly, applied some dark makeup and bright red lipstick before slipping into her heels. Before she left the change room, she grabbed the last item, a leather cat mask. A quick look in the mirror, and she smiled. Hunt was going to love her look. She made her way down the hallway, spotting 2 security guards at the end. Both stopped talking, turned, and stared at her. Seeing the desire in their eyes, the tightness of their postures, she knew whoever picked this outfit for her got it just right. Hunt. Closing her eyes for a moment, she drew in a deep breath, readying herself. Then she opened the door, greeted by Phoenix members hungry for her show. Her gaze skipped over Reese and Zoe. Elise and Archer no longer partook in shows, playing in private settings where no one watched them, but they could watch others if the desire hit. Then she took in Kieran, with Hazel on his lap, wearing a stunning blue metal mask and gorgeous lingerie. But then her focus was pulled, like a magnet to metal, to Hunt. The fireplace behind him had logs burning, and the scent of smoldering wood engulfed her, but the heat was coming from him. Wearing only black slacks, his strong, muscular torso a tempting treat, he stood near a faux wolf rug. His hot stare took her in, and he grinned devilishly. She stepped forward. He tisked and ordered, "Crawl to me." Desire flooded her, pooling heat low in her body. His voice, so commanding, so controlled, so powerful. She'd never heard him this way before. Even if this was a show, an act, she knew all this was for her. That somehow Hunt had gotten Reese to plan the perfect show for her first show with him. the only person she'd ever experienced Phoenix with again. Slowly, she lowered herself to her knees and arched her back, portraying a cat, and she crawled to him. "That's a good little kitten," he murmured, with a sensual smile when she reached him. He captured her chin and then slid his thumb into her mouth. She sucked her cheeks in around him, and he groaned, before slowly pulling his thumb out. "Kneel for me." She did as she was told, shifting into a kneeling position on the furry rug. He turned around, and that's when she noticed a tray and the items atop. Playing her part, she quickly glanced down, awaiting his instructions. She heard the lid pop open and a squirt of something, before she noticed his feet in her view. Then she heard the rattle of a chain and saw the end of a leash. A finger under her chin lifted her head, and she met lust-filled eyes as he fastened a leather collar around her neck. He took hold of the metal leash and tugged. One eyebrow slowly lifted. "Do you know who you belong to tonight?" Remembering that he once said that he'd love to hear those words from her, she smiled. "Yes, sir." His mouth twitched, but faded fast, as he fell back into his role for the show. "Come, my kitten, let me play with you." She rose, and he led her to a metal loop hanging from the ceiling. Only when he stopped did she realize he had black rope in his hands. She shivered in delight as he bound her wrists and then hung the rope through the loop until her arms were tied above her. Yet the collar remained, the leash hanging down between her breasts. He cupped her face, bringing his mouth to hers in a punishing kiss that was not her hunt, but a version of himself that he knew she'd enjoy. When he broke away, he stepped in behind her and explored her body. Her breasts, her stomach, her sex. He stroked her until her skin felt heated by his touch. Only then did his hand slip between her thighs. He stroked her clit, slowly, gently, until those touches sped up and he began circling her butt. She wiggled into the pleasure, rolling her hips, breathlessly lost in the sensation. As the pleasure rose, he chuckled darkly, stepping back. She moaned, sagging against the rope, only then realizing her eyes had shut. When she opened them, she caught what he'd lubed up earlier. She kept her eyes on his as he returned behind her, his hand returning to her clit, circling, teasing, tempting, until cold wetness spread against her puckered knot, rubbing, spreading the lube over sensitive flesh. She moaned against both opposing sensations and pressed back against the one on her bottom, feeling the soft hairs of the tail connected to the butt plug tickling her legs, as the plug was pushed in deeper and deeper. Hunt kissed her shoulder after removing his hand. "Good girl." He turned her around, her back to the crowd, revealing her new tail. "What a pretty kitty," he murmured, flicking the tail. She gasped at the sensation. His deep chuckle followed. Then his slap stung against her bottom, and her moan of pleasure echoed in the space. She dropped her head against her arm, shutting her eyes, as leather tails brushed across her flesh, a promise of pleasure to come. They stroked across her like fingertips, teasing, welcoming her into deeper pleasure. She moaned, wiggling, asking for more. Hunt listened. The leather tails brushed across her back, her bottom, never burning, only thudding, creating warmth across her flesh. Again, 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 until the leather faded and fingertips tickled their way down her back. She wiggled against the different sensations, feeling everything so much more intensely than moments ago. That teasing touch soon slipped between her legs. Hunt chuckled, pressing a kiss against her neck, and said just to her, "I wasn't aware how much you liked this." "You," she breathed, her head falling back as he circled her clit. She shifted her hips, riding his hand. "I like you doing this." "I like you doing this what?" he demanded. She realized she'd spoken too loud and they'd fallen back into the show. I like you doing this, sir. I think you might like something else more. He returned to the tray, the crowd a blur in front of her vision hazy and her body alight with sensation. She had a moment to wonder what he meant, until she realized he had his cock free, a condom on him, as she felt the tip press against her entrance. Her head dropped forward of its own accord as he slowly, gently pressed forward. She breathed deep against the fullness. Too full, too much. Hunt released a gravelly groan and stopped for a moment, letting her adjust to having him inside her as well as the plug. She'd never done this. Never been so stretched, stuffed so full. His hand slipped around her, moving to her clit, and he worked her, expertly bringing her out of her head and into his hands. By the time she felt him moving in and out slowly, was the same time she realized he was fully seated inside. The pleasure, oh, the pleasure. The crowd faded around her as his fingers never stopped swirling, and his cock never stopped thrusting. She sensed her hard quakes and heard the whimper fall from her mouth in the moments before Hunt's hands gripped her hips tight, and then he rode her, hard. Thrust after thrust, he drove her higher and higher, until she was so damn high she had no other option but to fall. And fall she did. She crashed into pleasure, until that pleasure was running down her thighs, and the sound of their sex hit her before Hunt roared his own release. It took her a long moment to hear the crowd clapping, and then to realize they were leaving the room, the doors closing behind them. A soft laugh fell from her mouth. So much better, she barely managed. What's better? Hunt asked, untying her one wrist from the bindings while he held her. You, she said, trying to catch her breath, unable to move a muscle. You are so much better in real life, in the club, than you were whenever I imagined you. He chuckled, moving on to her other wrist and rubbing her arm where the binding had held her tight. I'm glad to hear I don't disappoint. He released her and her legs gave out. They both crumpled to the furry rug below. Disappointed? She laughed again as he wrapped her in his arms and even sounded 100% satisfied to her own ears. I can't move. Good. He pressed a kiss to the top of her sweaty forehead. I like you that way. Hearing rustling many minutes later, she kept her eyes closed as Hunt removed and disposed of the plug, relishing in the afterglow of the orgasm of the century, until she felt something cold touch her belly. Slowly, she lifted her head. She blinked twice, ensuring she was seeing things correctly. Hunt was on one knee before her, and he had placed a gorgeous, square-cut diamond engagement ring on her stomach. The very first night I saw you in this room, I knew nothing was going to be the same again. I knew in that very second that there was no other woman in the world that I wanted. Hunt, she whispered, leaning up on her elbows. He ran his hands up her thighs and took the ring in between his finger and thumb, holding it up to her. Lottie Harlow, you are my life, my whole world. Will you marry me? Oh, Hunt, her voice cracked. Yes, of course, yes. Both of their laughter filled the room as he slid the ring on her finger, but the sound of happiness was silenced when his lips sealed against hers. This kiss was different, deeper, more than a connection, but a promise of forever. Epilogue. Timmy wants to thank you all for coming to his party, said Hazel, bouncing her 1-year-old on her lap. His new gifts were spread out on the grass in their backyard. The blue sky was filled with fluffy blue clouds, the sun beaming down on the birthday party, as birds flew to the hanging feeder on the fence. Lottie smiled at Timmy as he grabbed all the wrapping paper as cheers and clapping filled the air. Seated on the grass in front of them were a handful of grown men putting toys together. Lottie couldn't stop her laughter at Hunt, who practically scowled at the instructions of the water toy he was trying to assemble. "These aren't right," Hunt finally grumbled. "Why give instructions if they're wrong?" Reese cursed. "Hey!" Zoe gave him a light slap on the back and said, "Language!" He blew her a kiss, then pressed another one to her round belly. Of all the women at Timmy's first birthday party, Lottie and Nessa were the only ones not pregnant. Except for Hazel, but she had a 1-year-old, so that didn't count. Both Zoe and Elise were in their second trimesters. Lottie touched her stomach, wondering what that would be like. When she caught Hunt's gaze on her stomach and his knowing smile, she waved him off. She hadn't really considered kids, but she felt ready, more than ever, to at least have the conversation. For now, she was just happy she was Lottie Walker. A few months ago, they had a destination wedding in Aruba. Everyone they loved was there, including Hunt's wonderful parents, who were the easiest people to love. The week away was full of happy memories. As odd as it all was, Lottie realized that at every stage of her life, she seemed to have a new name and a new life. But this one was certainly her favorite. The only name that mattered now. The only name that would ever matter again. "Wow, you put that together fast," Nessa said to Ronan, who built a slide. He suggestively winked at her. "You should see what else I'm good at, sweetheart." Lottie fought off her laughter as Nessa blushed all the way up to her eyeballs, quickly turning away. "You shouldn't tease her like that," Lottie said snippily to Ronan. He rose, brushing dirt off his knees. "Who says I'm teasing?" Lottie folded her arms, narrowing her eyes, looking for any sign that Ronan was just playing around. He was a good guy, a very good guy. But Nessa was Nessa, and Lottie wouldn't let anything or anyone hurt her. She pointed at Ronan. "Take a wrong step, and I'll pluck out your fingernails, one by one." "Damn, Lottie, that's cold," Ronan said with a laugh. "Hate to break it to you, I'm a SEAL. I've gone through torture training." Lottie just smiled, all teeth. "Yeah, but you've never been tortured by a woman hell-bent on protecting her best friend?" Ronan chuckled again and saluted. "Warning heard loud and clear, ma'am." Lottie finally relented and nodded at him, before giving Hunt one final look as he struggled with the toy. She turned away but suddenly got bumped as Elise booked it into the house, her hand covering her mouth. "Shit," Archer sputtered, lunging to his feet and running after her. "Language," Zoe called. God, Lottie loved this group of people. She couldn't imagine spending her life surrounded by anyone else, her found family. Though she pitied Elise, who hadn't only had morning sickness, she had entire pregnancy sickness. Lottie cleared the used paper plates on her way to Nessa and then tossed them into the garbage. Nessa stood near the back door, cleaning off the picnic table. She'd fit so seamlessly into this group of friends. Sometimes Lottie forgot that she wasn't a Phoenix member now. "You have to stop reacting to him teasing you like that," Lottie told her quietly, keeping the conversation private. "It's why he does it. He likes watching you blush." "Yeah, well, I can't help it," Nessa said, still pink-cheeked. "Have you looked at him?" Lottie glanced over her shoulder. Ronan was now assembling the next toy. "Sure, he's pretty hot." "Hot?" Nessa asked, aghast. "That man melts my bones. He's not hot, he's molten fire." "Imagine what he'd be like in bed," Lottie said, nudging her shoulder into Nessa's. "I'd die," Nessa breathed, turning away to clean up more paper plates. "Seriously, I'd die." Lottie laughed, but stopped, when arms wrapped around her from behind, arms that always made her feel safe. Nessa scurried off, cleaning up far, far away from Ronan. Hunt said into Lottie's ear, "Poor Nessa. All that innocence is bound to get washed away at some point, hanging with this group." Lottie smiled at her best friend. "I'm surprised it's still hanging in there, but Ronan seems to be determined to set that right." Hunt chuckled, pressing a kiss to her shoulder. "He's a good guy. You don't have to worry about him." "Oh, I know, but that doesn't mean I can't make him squirm a little." "That's my girl," Hunt said with a laugh. He paused a moment. Then his voice thickened as he slid his hand lower onto her belly. "You were thinking about it, weren't you?" "About what?" she asked, playing dumb. He pressed a kiss to her neck. "A baby, our baby, right here." She turned around, clasping her arms around his neck. "It might have crossed my mind." Before he got any ideas, she added, "But for right now, I'm just happy. Happy being yours and yours alone." After all they'd been through, she had no idea what she did to deserve a man who fought so hard for her, but she'd never stop being grateful for it.